While we pray today, I'd like to keep in our prayers and our memories Mike Turner, who is one of our court security officers here, a valued member of our family. So let's keep him in our prayers, please. Thank you very much. Have a seat. Jose Robles. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jose Robles, 23 CR 0050. Are you Jose Robles?
Yeah.
What are the last four digits of your social security number? Would you let him behind the microphone?
4313.
Okay, and you were born in 2000?
Yeah.
Okay, we're here for pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, Ms. Hunter and our investigator met with a witness in this
You're gonna have to
case.
speak up a little bit.
Your Honor, Ms. Hunter and our investigator met with a witness in this case within the last week who's made us aware of some video footage that could be of an exculpatory nature. We are working on collecting that footage. We believe it will take us a little bit longer than a month to collect that. So for that reason, we're asking for the court to continue the case until March.
What's he charged with?
Murder and attempted murder.
I don't have the murder part of it. Well, y'all gonna handle this or one of your crew is gonna come in?
Handle the case, Your Honor?
Yeah.
It will be me and Ms. Hunter.
Okay. You know, sometimes they bring the hit squad in to do that, so. You don't have any objection to that, do you? Let's have the March 14th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Cross, do you have people in custody or out of custody?
Your Honor, I have three out of custody and candidly, one of them's not figured well at all. So you can take up to Jackson, that would be correct.
Bless you.
Do you have anybody in custody too? Okay. Okay, let's go to, you got James Jackson, Leslie Jackson, and Mary Beth Jackson. Do James first.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Ramsey Dallum. I'm here for Eric Finke on behalf of the Commonwealth in these matters.
Okay, you want to turn your camera on?
Yes, Your Honor. It just now allowed me to. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, we'll start out with the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus James Jackson, 23 CR 0023. You are James Jackson, born in 1963.
Yeah.
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
066787.
Okay. You entered a plea here. Have you looked at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yeah.
Is it substantially correct?
It is, Your Honor.
I believe you entered a plea to facilitation to engage in organized criminal syndicate. Is that correct? And which is a class D, and I'm not familiar with this form, the way it's set out here, really. 5 years to run consecutively on counts 2 through 6 indictment for a total of 6 years, probated for a period of 5 years. Is that correct? Is that correct for the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sign the judgment. Mr. Jackson is not feeling well today, so I won't go into detail. I'll just acknowledge you've read this and there's no reason why you shouldn't be sentenced, correct?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Hope you feel better today, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to meet with a probation and parole officer.
I don't feel
Okay, if you already talked to him, that's fine. Leslie Jackson. Are you Leslie Jackson?
Yeah.
We're here in 23 CR 0027. Were you born in 1986? Last four digits, social security number what?
1041.
Have you looked at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
We have, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
She gets 1 year to run concurrently with what she received in Franklin Circuit Court.
And we'll be entering a plea.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, we'll be entering a plea in Franklin Circuit Court, which will also be a probated plea.
Okay, okay. I see no reason not to impose. This was a violation of, this is a felony plea, it looks like.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Wrongful registration, is that correct? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and sign the judgment on that. You need to meet with the probation.
Your Honor, we also.
Wait just a second.
We filed.
Wait just a second.
I think it's related to what he's gonna say. He didn't impose court cost on Mr. Jackson, and then I think he has a motion regarding court cost on this.
Our motion to waive cost on Leslie. She's just recently been approved on her social security disability. Court advised you would consider that if we file that.
I'll take it under
Thank
consideration.
you. Yes.
Your Honor, may I clarify, it was 1 year, was that probated for a period of 5 years as well?
Do what?
Was the 1 year probated for a period of 5 years as
That's
well?
correct.
Thank
That's
you, Your
correct.
Honor.
That's correct. Mary Beth Jackson, are you Mary Beth Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1999? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
5523.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason this lady should not be sentenced?
No, no
The
reason.
amended charge of facilitation to engaging in organized crime Class D felony. Count 7 through 12 is charged. Count number 36 as charged. She was to receive 5 years to run consecutively with forgery second degree for a total of 6 years, probated for a period of 5 years. And then on making expenditure person per vote is 1 year on each count to run concurrently with count one, with 1 year to run consecutively with count one for a total of 6 years. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll sign the judgment accordingly. And what are the court costs in this case? $185. You need some time to pay that?
Yeah.
Let's pay it $30 a month. Okay, starting the first payment, 30 days from today, you meet with the probation
Thank
parole
you.
officer, okay?
Your Honor, I have Brian Roberts. I see him on the docket today, but we did sentencing on him last.
On our docket.
Okay, that's good. He was on what I had, so I thought that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Stephen Bell?
And Your Honor, may I be excused?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stephen Bell?
Judge, it's my understanding, Mr. Bell's case along with another are on to be reviewed, dismissed or diverted, end of termination of probation.
That's correct, Your Honor. We'll be submitting order
Okay,
dismissing the case.
okay, that'll be fine. George Brown? George Brown? Commonwealth versus George Brown, 17 CR 0088, 21 CR 0050. Are you George Brown? Yes. Born in 1994. Last four digits, social security number 2561. We have a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say? You want to come around, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown in 17 CR 88 has a 3-year, 6-month sentence, and 21 CR 50 has a 3-year sentence. He's a graduate from drug court. However, he's had violations since then. I'll just let Mr. Collins tell you what those are.
Mr. Collins, you raise your right hand, you swear a testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
Mr. Collins, have you been supervising Mr. Brown since he's been out of the drug court graduation?
Actually, when he graduated, he remained on inactive for that. So
At some point in time, did you pick him back up?
I did, yes.
Violations?
I did, yes.
And what violations has he had?
On a 10/22/23 here in Monroe County, Mr. Brown unlawfully multiple, he stolen multiple items from Priceless. Brown was identified on the video and he also admitted that he stole the items. And then he also had a case, he was found guilty on 6/20/23 for a 23T case for reckless driving. He has, on 11/15/23, Mr. Brown signed an admission form for the use of methamphetamine 3 days prior to the 15th. And then he had a use of marijuana on its signed admission form on 11/15 as well. Stated that he used marijuana daily.
Based on these drug tests, is probation parole attempted to obtain treatment.
We have, he's currently on a waiting list to complete the inpatient or the intensive outpatient program through Life Skills and Recovery.
And because of that waiting list, do you have any idea when he could start?
No idea, just whenever they call him.
So that would have, Your Honor, there's 2 misdemeanors and drug tests.
All right, Your Honor. Officer, when did you begin supervising Mr. Brown?
Supervision began on 12/13 of 2017 for case number 17 CR 88, and then 10/21 of 21 for 21 CR 50.
And then there was a brief or some period of specialty court, correct?
Yes.
So when did that end?
To my, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what day it ended. I'd have to.
So can you tell the court when you actually would have began supervising Mr. Brown after drug court?
When I realized he had picked up this theft by unlawful taking case, he was placed back on my active supervision.
Which was when?
10/22 of 23.
So you've really been supervising Mr. Brown for a month?
Couple months, yeah. Yeah, it's January, so since then.
And now you're wanting to see him get into some treatment for these
Yeah,
problems?
we've got him set up for IOP, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't have any other questions.
You want to stipulate to the evidence?
Judge, I'll stipulate to the evidence, but, you know, we'll say, Mr. Brown is out of custody, he's waiting to go into.
I'm not asking you to argue about that. I'm just asking you if you have any witnesses or you just want to stipulate to the testimony. He's not going to take the stand, is he? Okay. Okay, so I find that he is in violation. Now, the question is what are we going to do about
Well,
it?
Your Honor,
It doesn't appear to me that outpatient is enough. So,
either he needs to go to long-term treatment or he needs to go both. I mean, he completed drug court and graduated. And after that, he's continued to use substances. He's stealing at the grocery store, tells me he's not working, not contributing to society. So he either won't have to get his life together or to go to prison.
you can step away and say something to your attorney if you want to.
All right.
You can step away and say something to your attorney and see if he wants you to say it.
Judge, Mr. Brown tells me he's willing to go to long-term rehab or whatever the social service condition or probation or parole would.
When can you get him into long-term?
We can have him assessed today, this afternoon, or first thing tomorrow, and hopefully within a week or so, we can get him in, maybe quicker.
He's in the custody of the jailer, and we'll have him assessed and send him to long-term treatment. Find he's in violation. Now, I'll do this as a sanction, I guess. Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah, we'll submit an order of revocation.
Yeah, I won't particularly revoke him yet. I'll just do this as a sanction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Stephen Brown, we got an active warrant out.
And Judge, just as a point of order, and I want to.
Who are we talking about now?
We're talking about Mr. Brown.
Which Mr. Brown?
Stephen Brown.
Okay.
Judge, I don't believe that DPA has formally been appointed to his circuit case. I know he had DPA counsel in district court,
Judge,
but he's not been arraigned either.
Well,
He's on Zoom.
who is?
Stephen Brown.
Where is Stephen Brown?
He's in rehabilitation.
I'm right here, Your Honor.
So you don't know whether you represent Mr. Brown? Do you have an attorney?
I've not had one ever appointed to me.
Okay, where are you located now? Where are you physically?
I'm in Reclaim Recovery in Louisville, Kentucky.
How did you get there?
Excuse me.
I mean, did you admit yourself there, or how, somebody send you there, or what happened?
I was doing intensive outpatient at Brightview, and they sent me here back in November.
Mr. Stockton, what's the warrant out for here?
We never could get Mr. Brown served. And this is the one where I filed a motion to revoke the bond. And I spoke with a lady from the recovery center and said that Mr. Brown, I think he's the one that you told him to turn himself in.
Yeah.
And when I talked to her, he needed to either turn himself in or get a lawyer so he could make his court appearances. And so evidently they've set this Zoom up.
What are the bond, stay up here with me here for a second. What are the allegations as far as his bond?
Well, on this case, he has a fleeing and evading and misdemeanor violations.
What are the other cases they have?
Well, he has a case, I think, going to the grand jury today.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you be back down here and turn yourself in to the Barron County Detention Center by close of business today.
Excuse me.
Do what?
You want me to leave rehab?
Yeah, I do, and I want you to come down to the Barron County Jail. Yep, I sure do.
Can I ask why?
Because you're a fugitive from justice, as far as I'm concerned. You have a
I was in
warrant.
rehab when y'all issued the warrant.
Mr. Brown,
Okay, mister, I'm not gonna talk to you about this. This is not let's make a deal. And I'm not Judge Judy. You be down there by 4 o'clock today. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brent and Bryant. Give me some orders so that they'll take him over there. Brent and Bryant.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hello. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brant and Bryant, 23 CR 0076. You here, are you Brant and Bryant? You born in 1999?
Yes,
Last 4 digits, social security number 2112.
yes.
Okay, I want, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with receiving stolen property. You understand what that charge is? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, which would require the Commonwealth to provide your attorney the information they have in your case to help you pay the defense. What is your negotiation date next month, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I think we're going to have to do it the first of them.
2-9.
Well, the problem we've got is, Mr. Pennington, is the Cody Willis case is set tonight.
I won't be in that
Oh,
trial.
you won't, okay, so we'll do it tonight, then it's February.
And you'll be back here on February the 9th at 9 a.m. And then your next court date is February 15th at 9 a.m. Both of them are conditions of your bond. You understand? Okay,
Thank you, Judge.
yeah. Ryan Burke. Brian Burke. The active warrant out.
I believe he's in the Macon County, Tennessee jail, Your Honor. We're in the process of putting a holder on him.
Kelsey Cox. Warrant.
We'll put her in NCIC.
Okay. Chris Denton. He's here for a plea. Commonwealth versus Chris Denton, 23 CR 0056. Are you Chris Denton?
Yes, sir.
Have you born in 1985?
Yeah, that's correct.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8103. You're here for sentencing. You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole.
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct, Counselor?
Yes, Your
Is there
Honor.
any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Following a plea of guilty, of possession of controlled substance, first degree defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, however, supervised. Shall be referred to the social service clinician and follow the recommendation. She'll receive credit for time served. What are the court costs in this case?
$215.
$215. You need some time to pay that.
Yes,
Pay the first payment $30, 30 days from today, and $30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mayor Ferguson. Mayor Ferguson. Commonwealth versus Mayor Ferguson, 20 Mayor Ferguson.
Yes,
You born in 1987.
yes,
Last 4 digits of social security number 7463.
yes.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney's there. If you have anything that you want to ask him, step away from the podium. The grand jury charged you with speeding, public intoxication, possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, failure to maintain insurance, no registration plate or receipt, and endangering the welfare of a minor. Do you understand those charges?
Yes,
Counselor, you acknowledge receipt of the indictment, wait for more reading arraignment, and plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. Ms. Ferguson requires the Commonwealth to give your attorney certain information to help you prepare for your defense. You appear back here at 9 a.m. on February the 9th for negotiation day, and your next court date will be February the 15th, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
Matthew Hagan. Commonwealth versus Matthew Hagan. 23 CR 0073. Are you Matthew Hagan? Pardon?
I don't know where he went when I'm stopping there.
Were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6854.
Yes, sir.
What do y'all have on this one?
Judge, on this case, we had conference case on Friday. We're still lacking the 911 call, which may be, it'll govern basically what's going to happen in this case because the 911 call gives a more complete picture than what the alleged victims reported.
Can you get a copy of that? No. We have one more pretrial, Your Honor. I'm interested in it since Mr. Garrett is. We'll have one more pretrial and one more negotiation.
Well. It's gonna be about 3 weeks till the next negotiation. You wanna just set it up for the negotiation day then to see if you have the information to him?
Oh, it won't take us long to get that.
Okay, well, then we'll set a negotiation day on February the 9th.
Okay.
And the next court date's on February 15th. If that's all that we lack remaining, that shouldn't be a problem getting.
That's it. It'll resolve, I think, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Hall. Gary Hall. What I say? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Gary Hall, 23 CR 0040. You are Gary Hall?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1978.
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6975. We're here for a pretrial conference.
We need a trial date, Your Honor.
Pardon?
We need a trial date, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the charge here?
It's an assault. There was a message with Mr. Hall, another lady, and she was shot. David Statement said he did it, and then went to Johnny Bell's office, signed an affidavit saying he didn't. And I'm gonna let her take a witness stand.
She also testified before the court, Judge, if you recall, in her bond hearing. So I hope he's not inferring that I asked her to.
No, I'm just laying out the facts.
Well, there wasn't nobody come to your office and lie. We know that.
Well, they would just.
but not this late.
No, not her, and I wouldn't
Yeah,
encourage you, Judge.
He just said he came to the office, signed an affidavit. You're a little sensitive, Mr. Bell.
But our theory
A little
today
bit.
says that Mr. Hall had a similar story.
Well, or she might have had an epiphany of some sort. You know, there is a biblical reference to the guilty flee when no man pursues. So I don't know.
An innocent man, his boat is a line.
That's right. Okay, when you want him here?
We need to try that.
Well, I mean, when? No.
I wouldn't think it'd take too long to get ready for it. April, May, whenever the court's set in trials. Probably needs like that, Paul, because there will be some meetings.
Okay. What are you gonna try him on? What's the charge you're gonna try him on?
Well, I think it's an assault first.
Well, the reason I'm asking that because the week of April the 1st, my learned staff lawyer is going to be absent. So if there were very complicated instructions, if it's a pretty simple case,
It shouldn't be, the instruction shouldn't be.
Judge,
He's not gonna be claiming self-protection.
I won't be available the first week of April.
well, that solves that issue then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we can get as complicated as we want to on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about April the 24th?
That's fine with me.
Perfect for me, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, is there any deadlines as far as our motions and limine or anything like that we might file, or you just want to have them on that same day?
Well, I don't want them on that same day. Wasn't aware you'd have any if your client didn't do anything and he didn't know anything about it. What kind of motions and limine do you anticipate?
Well, I don't, Judge, I mean, I gotta get through the discovery and start looking at the
Oh,
case.
I thought you'd already done that.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll look through it.
Let's go. March 14th would be the deadline for any pretrial motions to be heard. Okay,
Judge, would you consider removing his ankle monitor? He's been on it for a substantial amount of time.
you can have a bond hearing unless the Commonwealth agrees.
I just soon take it off because that's just that much more jail credit he's gonna get if he's convicted.
That's true too.
And, send me an agreed order.
Because according to the victim now, he's no threat to her.
That's true.
She acknowledges.
She acknowledges now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
she won't cooperate with the Commonwealth.
okay, free indeed then. So we'll take that ankle monitor off, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, yeah. Jeremiah Harden, there's a warrant out for Jeremiah Harden. I guess you'll need to look at NCIC on Jeremiah Harden.
Yes, Your Honor.
Terry Jackson.
Your Honor, this is another case that needs to be dismissed, diverted. We'll tender an order.
Come on up here,
Complete these
Michelle.
pretrial
Are you Terry Jackson? And are you ready to submit an order? Would
We
you
will
like
submit
your
one.
case to be dismissed, diverted?
Yeah.
That's the correct answer.
Yes, sir. I
Okay,
paid everything.
We'll send an order out pretty soon. And you can look about getting it expunged after that. Sometime you can just check down to the clerk's office, get it off your
Yes, sir.
record.
Thank you y'all very much.
Okay. Rachel Jenkins.
That's another case, Your Honor, that needs to be dismissed.
Let me get her up here and recognize her.
Okay.
Are you Rachel Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1994?
Yes,
Last four digits, come on up. Last four digits, social security number 5407.
yes.
There's been a motion to dismiss your pretrial diversion. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and the Commonwealth will submit an order, you get a copy of it, and then you'll need to check downstairs about how long it takes for you to get expunged, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Jacqueline Jones.
Your Honor, that is another case that needs to be dismissed. The verdict will enter an order.
Okay, I'll accept that. Timothy Jones.
That's an active warrant. We'll put him in CIC.
Dustin Keys.
Do we have a plea, Mr. Pleas? Yes, sir. Thanks. Yes.
Are you Dustin Keys?
Yes, sir.
We're here today on 23 CR 00070. Were you born in 1997?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 9115.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I understand that a motion was made that says that you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
There was.
Is the plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictment that I just enumerated?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to read down through them at the end. I'm going to ask you, you understand. If you have any questions, you can step away from the podium and ask your attorney, okay?
Sir.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law prior to accepting. This is a pretrial diversion situation and that you're applying for. I want the Commonwealth to read the offer, but let me ask you, have you been pretrial diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Are you presently on probation?
No, sir.
You have a felony conviction in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stockton, you want to come around and read the recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Keys will plead guilty to 2 counts of wanton endangerment, receive a sentence of 5 years on each to run concurrently for a total of 5 years. Pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion to be supervised. He will receive credit for time served and agree to enter and complete the Monroe County Specialty Program.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Now, you understand if you successfully complete the diversion programs, the charges would be dismissed pretrial diverted. However, if you violate and I find out you violated the terms of pretrial diversion after you're brought back in front of me for any violation, then you would be a convicted felon. And any felonies that you have in the future would be more serious, could be more seriously punished. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that your signature on the document there?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts that were charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion order. You'll still need to meet with the probation and parole officer, get some information. Is that right, officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'll sign the order referring you to drug court. What do you want to do about this gentleman's situation until he is there hadn't been any problem, you'll leave him out on the same bond?
Bond violations, and as soon as he can get in drug court, that'll be good. He needs to get with Mr. Graves.
Okay, you need to do that, Mr. Graves, right away. They can tell you where to do that. Between now and then, I would suggest you live at the foot of the cross.
Do it.
I would suggest you live at the foot of the cross. In other words, you're not getting any kind of problems or anything. Since you're basically unsupervised, you'll still be, you've entered a plea here. So I don't know exactly who, I guess, can pretrial still keep an eye on him? Till he's,
Mr. Collins can.
Mr.
I
Collins?
will, Your Honor. He'll report to me until he gets in.
Okay. You report to Mr. Collins till you get settled in there, okay?
Yes, sir.
And, what are the court costs in this case?
$240.
$240. Do you need some time to pay the $240?
Yes, sir.
You pay the first payment 30 days from today and 30 days every, pay that $30 every 30 days until you get it paid, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go.
I don't know.
The drug court assessment, and then he's got his information to get hold of.
I think that
Is that order?
we make sure.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I signed the order referring to drug court right here.
Their phone number on.
No, there won't be.
We need to put a phone number on.
Just have him come. I don't want to announce it on the air. So have him come over here and write his phone number down.
Thank you, Judge.
Unless you want everybody that's watching this to know what your phone number is, which I don't think you do. Probably good for Mr. Bell. Jeffrey Kruger. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you Jeffrey Kruger?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1961?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number 5377.
Yes, sir.
We're here today on 23 CR 00077 for the purpose of arraignment. I see you're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. If you have any questions about what's going on here, step away from the podium and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance of first degree methamphetamine. Possession of drug paraphernalia. Bailey. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of client, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you be here, sir, on February 9th at 9 a.m. For a negotiation day, and February 15th, your next court date. Both of those are conditions your bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. It requires the Commonwealth to give information they have about your case to your attorney so he can prepare for your case, okay? Ashley Lewis.
Judge, she's signing paperwork right now. If you can give us a couple minutes.
Okay, Robert McClendon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Commonwealth versus Robert McClendon, 23 CR 0072. You are Robert McClendon,
Yes, Your Honor.
born in 1972. Last four digits, social security number 9729.
Yeah.
Who trial, supposed to Commonwealth have said.
We filed a motion to revoke and forfeit his bond.
Okay,
And Judge, if I may, until Mr. Charles Muse, he's in custody right now, enters a plea, there's a conflict between myself and Mr. McClintock that will be resolved just as soon as
Mr.
Muse-
McClendon.
Mr. McClintock, apologies. So I've yet to speak to him because of the inherent conflict unless he's planning to hire
Will you
counsel.
step over this way? Step over. What is the,
Our motion is he has been contacting the victim. And part of his bond was that he's not supposed to be contacting the victim, and he has sent the victim numerous text messages since December. After, I think December the 20th is when the messages start. He was in court
do
December the
you
14th.
have an attorney yet, Mr. McClendon?
When does we speak, Mr. Williams?
Who is that?
Mr. Bell,
Where is Mr. Bell?
speaking to my mother right now.
Okay. We just have a seat right over there somewhere there. Jeffrey Miller.
I think Mr. Broderick sent a message, he was gonna be here about 10 o'clock, is that right? I've got an email, I thought it was sent to you too, I didn't know.
Jacob Newberry. Commonwealth versus Jacob Newberry, 22 CR 0069. Are you Jacob Newberry?
Yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1980?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2356.
Yes, sir.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Judge, this was our first pretrial conference. I will be filing some motions. I will set those motions for the 15th.
What's the charge that you're going to proceed with, Mr. Stock?
It's a possession of controlled substance, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll be filing a motion to suppress.
Search?
Yes.
We'll set motion to suppress on that day. I'll make a ruling from the bench and then we'll give you a written response and thereafter as we can, and we can proceed as far as whether we're going to set a trial date or not, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you be back here on the 15th of February.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want him on for another time?
Jonathan Russell. Jonathan Russell. Are you y'all Jonathan Russell?
Yes, it's on the minor child, there was a competency hearing set today.
May we approach the judge?
Sure.
I spoke with Mr.
What to do about this thing, this bench conference? Go ahead.
I spoke with Mr. Hunley, this week, and I didn't get to talk to Jesse about
Mr.
it.
Hunley didn't speak with me about this.
Okay. Well, what he asked me was if he felt like, and asked me if he felt like we should do this at a time that's completely in private, away from the people and all that kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Hunley should have told us.
Well,
so
I'm
we could have had
going,
the victim.
I'm,
Yeah,
the victim's not here.
no, the victim and the child's here. There's been
The
an issue.
child, the one we're gonna talk to.
That's correct.
I mean, I'm not.
Well, the victim's the
What-
child.
What's your problem?
I ain't got one. I just didn't
We're
want.
not gonna do a talk to the child in open court. I'll take you back to the
Okay.
chambers.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that.
Since they're here, we just need to go ahead and do it.
No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is whether you do it public. I'm not gonna do it public. We'll pass to the end of the docket before we go to the jail. We're gonna have a little time,
Okay.
looks like.
And that's the only thing I was.
I'm just
Okay.
going to come back.
No, we'll just have them stay where they are and we'll finish this docket right here. Before I go into the jail docket, we'll take it back and do it.
Right.
Amanda Short,
When you dismiss the verdict.
if you'll submit an order. Callie Strong. Callie Strong is an active warrant.
Put him in the NCIC, Your Honor.
Okay. Haley Tate. Haley Tate.
She's not here. We need to put her in NCIC. Is she in jail, Mr. Powell?
She's not.
I believe she's
We
absconded.
need-
We'll put her in NCIC.
There's not a warrant for us, but I
You-
did notice on Vine that.
We need to
she
issue a
lists as an
warrant.
absconder.
Yes.
We need to issue a warrant for her and then whatever other warrants she has.
She's also absconded.
David
from there.
Teachout. Says active warrant, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We need to, put him in NCIC.
Sandy Vivert. Sandy Vivert.
That's another case that we need to dismiss the verdict.
Is that all right with you, ma'am? Okay, well, we'll go ahead and sign it and then you'll go down to clerk's office, and get instruction to how to get your expungement started and when you can do that, okay? Congratulations. Joshua Vincent.
He should be on Zoom, I think, shouldn't
Judge, I spoke with them this morning. They attempted to get on Zoom. The federal system will not allow them to download that. They had asked for a phone number. I told them I didn't know if you would accept that or not, and therefore I didn't interrupt court to ask you.
What is Joshua Vincent in federal custody?
he? He is, Your Honor.
The big concern with this thing is, Judge, he's in stage 3 of liver cancer, and he cannot get any help or treatment until we could get this done because it's upping his classification levels where that he can't get
What's he
out.
charged with here?
It's another domestic case, Your Honor.
And we did provide some.
It's another one of these where she signed an affidavit at Mr. Bell's office, but since then she's come back to our office and said she's willing to testify, that she's recanted, that she was scared at that time. So whenever we can, I guess if we can't resolve it, we have a trial date.
We also provided information that was between him and her in a private setting without anybody involved and her threatening him and stating if he didn't do what she wanted.
Well,
It's a
yeah, we're not gonna
mix.
try, we're not gonna try the case here. What I'm interested in right now,
Judge, he hasn't even been arraigned yet.
Yeah.
And that's what we were trying to get.
what I'm interested in now is getting him before the court or dismissing the indictment without prejudice, and then you can wait and see what happens to him down there if you want to.
Well, if we dismiss it without prejudice, the problem we have is we can't put a holder on him in federal custody.
Well, and they're saying if he's got a holder in federal custody, he can't get treatment.
If
I don't know. I will tell you this,
Yeah.
that it's a shame and disgrace that we get no cooperation with the prosecutors at the state level from the federal government anymore. It's a shame. And when you send them something, they pick and choose what they want.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes time to ask them accommodation of them, they do nothing for you. So I'm not blaming you for it. I understand.
But if you want to dismiss it,
I don't want, it's not my decision. I would just,
let me talk to the victim in this case.
If-
Explain it
and-
to them.
For the record.
If
we
that's
set up
something
the
we
Zoom
could do,
last month.
I will find out when his release date is and get that to you.
yeah, and we set up a Zoom, we set up the Zoom account or the appointment in December to accommodate the federal government.
And they still.
And it's still-
She has accommodated everywhere in the world. I mean, the state court.
Who are you talking to in the federal government that's not doing?
I haven't talked to her. Angels talked to her from my office several times. We talked to her this
Talk
morning.
to who?
The lady in the federal government.
Oh, the lady in the federal
I
government.
don't know her name, Judge.
That's like the man on the mountain. you know.
I'll be honest with you, Judge, I'm not much on the federal government and.
And I understand why.
Learned from the O'Donnell case in Cumberland County that if you're a federal employee, you can't even participate in things. So that may be the trouble. They use a different system.
That's correct.
So if I have the lab examiners want to go in that case testify, they'll either have to appear in person or it'll have to be a different
But
system.
then if somebody could tell me what kind of system it is, I might be able
Yeah.
to set that
I
up.
can probably.
They're getting that, what you're sending, they're getting.
Yeah,
The
I was
problem
saying-
is because of the security levels within the federal system, their computers are set in a way you can't download the app to do the Zoom call.
Let me ask you something. Who's representing this person in federal court?
He had someone appointed to represent him in federal
Okay,
court.
well, I would suggest that you contact the lawyer in federal court, have them to get some statement put together concerning the problems and implications of treatment for his client, and then have some validation to do that. On a humanitarian basis, we might do something if a person's got scheduled for cancer and they're gonna let the person die because of security clearance. That doesn't sound very cricket to me. I'm not really buying into that.
I mean, that's what I've been told.
Now, if it was a Republican president, I might believe something like that, but I know you're a good Democrat and y'all have got much more sense. You ought to call the president, ask him about that.
I tried. He won't
Okay.
take my
All
call.
right, well, we'll just pass over this, put it on the docket on March the 14th.
Yes, sir.
Terry Welsh. Terry Welsh.
He's not tested.
Are you Terry Welsh?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to remain silent. You're here on 20 CR 0037 on a probation revocation. Were you born in 1988?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits social security number are 8839. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have an attorney in this case? Did public advocacy represent you?
It was Rick Barry.
That's public defender. I'll continue the appointment. Where's our public advocate? Okay. Did Mr. Barry move out of stayed or what?
Hadn't heard, I hadn't had any contact.
Mr.
since-
Rickberry represented Mr. Terry Wells here previously. 20 CR 0037. He's here on a probation revocation. I don't want you to say anything, Mr. Wells, but to give your attorney some idea what kind of preparation time it might take. What are the allegations here?
Your Honor, he has a 5-year sentence on flagrant non-support. He's not paid child support since January of 21. He has a possession of controlled substance 3 years. This is a case, Mr. Welch was supposed to be living in Tennessee. He got a felony in February of 23 for manufacturing, delivery, sale, possession of methamphetamine
In Tennessee?
in Tennessee. He tested positive for meth at 11/17/23 in Tennessee. And then he was arrested in Metcalfe County on 12/13/23 of reckless driving, possession of alcohol. Mr. Collins thought he was in the Barron County Jail. We're trying to figure out how he's out of custody.
You'll step away. Mr. Broderick has arrived. Welcome, Mr. Broderick.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for being late. I had checked Mr. Stockton, Mr. Hunley earlier.
That's all that matters.
Yes, sir.
What's your case?
My case,
Yeah.
Miller. Jeff Miller.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Jeff Miller. Still on the Zoom? Here's he is.
No, he's here, Judge. He was here, his attorney was not.
Yeah. Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Miller, 21 CR 0094. Are you Jeffrey Miller? You born in 1965?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1975.
Yes.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Is it substantially correct or incorrect?
It's substantially correct. It's hard for us to find. There was a speeding ticket in Logan County in 2005. We just can't seem to tie into everything else that's correct.
Well, if that's the worst thing is in here, you're blessed.
Yes, everything else is more than 20
So
plus
the
years
reason this
old.
gentleman should not be sentenced
No, sir.
on possession of controlled substance first degree, he shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Shall enter and complete a rehab at Sparrow Health.
And he's still there. He's been under treatment there for 2 years now.
Okay. There was another stipulation that I won't read out.
Yes,
in the court that you're aware of.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we, matter of fact, we
And
just talked
forfeit the
about that.
2020 GMC Sierra truck and put the VIN number here. And then the proceeds shall be divided as in the order. Receive credit for time served. Any other evidence will be destroyed. What are the court costs in this case? $240, and you need some time to pay that, or can you pay the $240? Okay, you pay the 200, stop on the way down. You meet with the probation and parole officer on the way out.
Thank you, Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much. Have a safe trip.
Apologize.
No problem. Come up here just for a second, Mr. Broderick.
Yes, sir.
Let's go off the record just for a second.
Had 60.
You know that matter I talked to you about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Miss Whittington, former state representative, Alicia Webb Eddington, Johnny's.
Sure.
She called me on seeking advice on legislative matter, and she was going over. And I told her that of course she knows you well, and I told her that I'd mentioned it. She said, well, I'm talking about John. She said, I thought the same thing. But she's got a lot of influence up in Northern Kentucky. Now she works for a fellow up there that's like a billionaire, it's a big developer, and they do philanthropic project. She said, I could think that the only problem is this is what we're itchy about. So evidently he's already considered it. So I told her to tell Johnny about his role.
Well, he married a rich girl. Sometimes they're hard to deal with.
Really?
I've been there and done that too, Your Honor.
See you later.
See you, Judge.
Okay, who else do we have on the, let's go back on, who else do we have on the live docket for
But we
you?
got Mr. Welch, we got Mr. McClendon that needs to be taken back up. Those two.
What about Mr. Welch?
And Judge, I think the Commonwealth has discovered the clerical
Yes, Your
error.
Honor. According to staff attorney, there was 2 arrest warrants issued, to Mr. Welch. One was where he hadn't paid court costs, and he paid that, so there was a release order done. And there was also the arrest warrant for the probation violation, and the jail evidently took that one release order and recognized both cases and released him when he shouldn't have been released on the probation warrant. So I'm asking to go back into custody and we'll have it here in time.
And Judge, well,
I'll wait for that.
Primarily, it's child support we're here on now.
Child support, new felony.
What is it? What is,
New-
what is the new felony?
Well, you got a new felony in Tennessee. He's got the positive test in Tennessee. And then he's supposed to be in Tennessee being supervised and he's up here in Metcalfe.
Well,
County
they
getting
want
arrested.
to, have they got a holder on, or they want to, bring him back down to Tennessee, or is he being supervised on a Kentucky
Being
case?
supervised on the Kentucky case.
In
I don't know what's
Tennessee, and he's got a
happened.
separate indictment
He's got a
down
separate
there.
indictment that's
Have
not
they
being
asked him
spoken
to
of.
be extradited yet? You don't know?
No.
well, he's not been, he's, I guess, out of custody at the moment. He tells me that he has a pretrial conference the 24th in Tennessee is his next
I ain't been
scheduled
found
court
guilty of
date.
nothing.
But he hadn't paid child support in 2 years. And he's getting new felonies on drug charges. So I don't know what else.
Down
you
there
can-
or up here?
Down there.
Okay.
I don't know what else but he's not paying the child support up here.
Well, I'd say the best thing to do is to let them extradite him,
Yeah, I would ask.
you know, and that way we could assure appearance. So, you need to ask him if he has an attorney down there to tell him that they need to do an extradition or let him waive extradition, get him back down there, okay? Okay, he's in custody of judge.
Reschedule
hmm?
reschedule the hearing.
Reschedule our hearing for February 15th,
Yes, Your Honor.
in case he's here. Okay, who else did we have besides Mr. McClendon?
We've got the competency evaluation on the
Yeah.
child.
Well, Mr. McClendon, are you represented now? Mr. Bell, you represent Mr. McClendon?
Yes, sir. I was asked this morning, Your Honor. I will
Okay,
be doing that.
okay. Were you in here when they made the allegations concerning?
I
Hold
think
hold
I
on just a
was
second.
filling out a
Excuse
plea,
me,
Judge.
I got a transportation officer. Hello? Yeah, great.
He's like this man pulling the gun on me and I'm in here.
It's gone. Yeah. Yeah, it's all gone. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. As a transportation officer, I was sorry, always something wrong. Wasn't that time. Okay, did you hear the allegations?
Mr. McClendon had sent text
Need to
messages.
speak up.
Mr.
Y'all need to
McClendon-
move over.
The allegation is that Mr. McClendon has been sending text messages to the victim after court, after he was arraigned on, in December.
You have the text messages?
I do, and our victim's here today to testify as to the text
And
messages.
what's-
Do we have phone numbers and proof of who was sending them or anything like that, Judge?
I don't have anything.
The victim, he can testify to that.
Who you gonna bring?
Carl Wall.
Okay. Y'all can have a seat at the table over here. I'll let him testify here at the podium. Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your name, please.
Carl Wall.
Okay, you may proceed.
Ms. Wall, are you familiar with, Robert Jason McClendon?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Maria Suzette Ziola?
Yes.
And how do you know them two individuals?
Well, Maria, she was my girlfriend off and on for about 2 years. And Jason McClendon, she knew him. And that's the only way I know him. I really don't know him.
And has there been anything, are you a victim of an assault case between the two?
Yes,
Okay, and they're charged with assault second degree, theft by unlawful taking less than 500, and criminal mischief second degree?
yes,
Okay, and you are the victim of those crimes?
yes.
And has Mr. McClendon had any contact with you since December the 14th?
Yes,
Okay, can you please tell the judge about that?
through text messages and leaving voicemails on my phone
And how do you know that it was Mr. McClendon sending those messages?
because of his number.
Okay, and how are you familiar with his number?
Where he's texted me before.
Has he ever called you from that number?
He's called me from that number, but he leaves voice messages. But I won't answer it.
And have you met Mr. McClendon in person before?
Twice.
Have you talked to him in person?
No,
I mean, are you familiar with his voice?
yes,
And those text messages. Can you identify what I'm showing you right now to the court?
yes.
Okay, what are those?
Those are text messages.
What telephone number are sending you these messages?
From his number, which is
Oh,
270.
I'm sorry. Yes, Jen. You know, I think you just got on. What telephone number is sending you these messages?
His number, which is 270-407-149.
And again, you've already testified that is Jason Clinton's cell phone number.
Yes.
What date did he send these text messages?
It started December 20th, December 24th, December 28th. Yep, December 20th.
Just please read the text messages.
I've got copies of them in front of me. But without objection, be admitted, subject to any kind of objections that later might be made as far as validation of those.
Has he, did he call you at all after December 14th?
Yes, there are some voice messages left on my phone.
You have those with you?
I sent them to Amber Vanderbilt. And
Vanderpool.
Do you have them on your cell phone?
they're on my cell phone, yes.
Where's your cell phone at?
It's in my pickup truck.
We just actually have a break to go get his phone, Your Honor.
Okay, take a break. Go off the record just for a second. You go get your phone, bring it back up. Hey, do we have any other matter except interviewing the juvenile? Is there anything else on the docket besides that?
We're ready to start.
Yeah, we're ready to start the jail dockets here pretty soon. We can let's do her real quick back here. Bring the child back, and can you put the recording on back in my conference room? I don't know that's I can ask you. Wow. Who's the attorney on the other side? It's you, Mr. Bill. There you go. Yeah, lady, why don't you come down and sit right here?
Carl Wall.
Carl
Wall,
Walt?
Wall, W-A-L-L.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Wall, do you come here to talk to Phil very often?
Once in a while, because I have a driver that lives here.
A driver?
Yes, he works for me. So I have to come up here once in a while to work on his truck or take care of such, stuff like that.
And what's once in a while? Could you narrow that down for me a little bit?
Maybe once in a month, sometimes twice in a month,
So 12, 15 times a year.
probably.
So and where do you live at?
I live in Springfield, Tennessee.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that, you'd gotten a warrant out against, Mr. McClendon. I believe y'all had an altercation.
Yes, I was assaulted.
Okay, did you pull a gun on him that night?
No, I did not.
Did he pull a gun on you?
No.
Okay, we're here to talk about violations of the bond. This is not a discovery hearing, okay?
Yes, sir, Judge. As far as you stating you didn't know Mr. McClendon, how is it that you would have his cell number or that he would have your cell number?
Because Maria Mazzoli, he got it from her and he would call me all the time, text me.
Have you got any proof that that's how you got his number?
Well, I've never talked to him to give him my number.
Well, you talked to him or he knew of it back in November prior to this even taking place, correct?
Yes.
So y'all had some interactions prior to the altercation.
One time I met him, that was it, back in April.
Isn't it true that you tried to get a warrant, for Mr. McClendon over a year ago, Mr. Stevens' office?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know what the relevancy of that is.
He says you didn't know him. I'm just showing a pattern that he had knowledge of him at that
I went with Maria
interaction.
Mazzoli. I rode with her up there. She was trying to get a warrant for him.
Okay, so you were involved in that.
I was with her. She was tired. The harassment.
So you have known of him at least for well over a year.
Yes.
Now, you testified earlier that you had cell phone voicemails on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And then when they come back, you didn't have any.
I have one. The rest of them got deleted by accident, I guess, because I did send them to Amber Vanderbilt.
You said
But
you
I have
sent them
all-
to someone.
Yes,
That would
Amber.
have to be
The way to
saved.
say it, Amber Vanderpool.
I'm sorry, Vanderbilt.
Go ahead.
Do we,
Text messages.
well, Miss Vanderpool's not here to provide those to us or anything.
She's sitting right there.
Yeah, but she's not a witness right now, Judge.
You asked if she wasn't here. I thought maybe you didn't know her.
No. I was asking if she had any of the.
He doesn't, I don't
messages.
guess he knows that, whether she does or not.
As far as you know, they're not available today.
No, only text messages.
Okay. Now, you would agree to send those to Miss Vanderpool. You would have to have saved those.
I sent them through text messages.
Is it possible you could have come in and lied about him calling you after the 14th?
No,
Thank you very much.
And have you made accusations, maybe on the scope, I guess? Now, have you and Mr. McClendon had any kind of, physical interactions, or have y'all personally seen one another or engaged in any kind of altercations since the incident that you alleged took place?
no, I've only seen him one time before that, and that was in April.
Okay. So if you've only seen him one time in April, why would you state that you're afraid of him now that you've never seen him or come in contact with him?
Because in August, when I moved her back up here, I was assaulted.
You've not had any contact with him since?
No,
And could you tell the court how you can prove or show that that's his cell phone number?
yes, I can. I have AT&T. I have a whole phone list. of all the numbers. And his number is on the phone list.
Do you have that with you today?
No, we wouldn't.
Yes,
Can we see that, please? Did you get that or did Commonwealth provide it to you?
I called AT&T.
From your phone?
I walked to the AT&T store and got it. This number right here is on another phone, but I was paying for Maria Zoli. I got all her phone calls. I wanted to know.
So this is Maria,
That's actually my phone, but it's her number.
you were paying for her phone.
Yes,
So this is her phone, you're just paying for it.
yes.
So any of the contacts on here wouldn't have been to you, but to her.
Well, my phone number's on there, but his phone number is on that list. That's how I got the number.
Does it say that it's his number? Can you show me where it says it here?
This number right here,
There's no name associated with that, is
Let
there?
him answer, let him
there's-
answer.
there's no names on there. But the number's right here. This is his number. And on my cell phone, it's the same number. And on the voice message you just heard, that is the same number.
You
that is
agree
his
there's no
voice.
names on here, correct?
There's no names on the phone number.
I thought there was.
No.
Mhm.
They only show numbers and locations where they come from.
Judge,
You got any more questions, then you can make your argument.
I don't have any further objections.
Do you have any other questions, gentlemen?
No, I just introduced the documents and the voicemail that was heard.
Let that be exhibit number 2 for the Commonwealth.
I would object, you know,
Okay,
on the basis that the phone is not relevant due to the fact there was nothing within a court order.
well, I mean, here's the thing, I'm gonna let it be introduced in the record and you make your argument as to what you feel like the relevancy of it is.
All right.
I think it is relevant because you have a triangulation here. You got a voice that's obviously Mr. McClendon's voice coming from that same number. You got text coming from that number. Then you got the girlfriend's phone who has all those numbers on there. There's a triangulation of its minuscule possibility that wouldn't be his number. You know?
I agree, Your Honor, but I'm looking at it just from standing from a legal standpoint. All I've got.
Sometimes I look at probabilities and things like that. This is admissible, and then you can go to the weight of it if you want to in your argument. Okay, do we have both of those documents over here? Where's the list that you just had?
With the list.
The list with the phone numbers on it. Do you have that? Mr. Bell, do you have the list or where?
Judge, I don't have anything. I just got involved in this.
I know, I thought she might have handed you the list. He has the list.
That's the text messages.
Okay, make that text message exhibit 1 and the list is exhibit 2,
And we want the voicemail too, Ron.
voicemail. Okay. Can this gentleman have a seat now? You finished with him? Okay. Okay, now you have any other proof that you want? And this is just on the bond violation.
No other proof, Your Honor.
Do you have any proof that you'd like to put on?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You want to make an argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Part of Mr. McClendon's bond was that he'd not have any contact with the victim. I think from the text messages, shows that, he has obviously violated that. The proof is that while he was familiar with that telephone number, he's received numerous messages or voicemails in the past from him. He's met him before, knows his voice. I think there's enough there to show that there is, like you said, a small chance that it isn't him. And that he was the one that was actually contacting Mr. Wall. And again, the voicemail, even though it happened prior to the date that he would have been served the warrant, I think it shows a pattern that Mr. McClendon is exhibiting towards the victim. And the victim has stated that he's afraid of Mr. McClendon. And the content of those messages, I think you could read that they're doing nothing more than harassing the victim and serve no purpose other than to do that and to threaten him. So that's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bell, would you like to argue?
Judge, first and foremost, I would state that all we have.
Wait till you get over here so I can hear you.
First and foremost, all we have is one individual's word here today. There's no names associated with that, and there's no.
Client want to get on the stand and for the specific person denying that it's his phone number or he has access to it. Does he
Well-
want to do that? He could be given an opportunity. He could take a stand and deny that was his voice on there or that he'd sent these texts.
Well,
Now,
Judge, whether
it's
he
not
wants to do it or
criminal.
not, I don't want him to do
Well,
it.
that's right. And I knew that was going to be the answer. But here's the thing about it is he's not being accused of a criminal activity in this thing. It's a bond violation. So he could take the stand for limited purposes. If he didn't call and say this to this guy, if he didn't send these texts, he could deny it. The fact that there wasn't any name on that phone bill is not very impressive with me when you got the guy's voice, Mr. McClendon's voice coming from that phone number. You've got these awful texts, threatening and awful
I
vulgar.
mean, Judge, when I read this, I don't consider those threatening. I mean, he's making a point. He's calling him some names. But I've had a lot of people cuss and call me names throughout my life, and that's not something that's a violation. As far as the voice message, he wasn't under any court order at that time, and he's got a constitutional right to voice his opinion about someone. There was nothing threatening. He never threatened him one time. He never said, I'm gonna beat you up or anything else.
When in the voicemail, he said, when you come back up here, I'm gonna F you up.
He said, I'm going to the police. I'm going to the law.
Let's play it again. Play the voicemail again. Bring the voicemail back up here.
Commonwealth would contend that that's a separate felony, intimidating the police.
There wasn't a legal proceeding at that time if it was prior to the 14th.
You lie on me, you goddamn fat motherfucker. Say I took something from you, stole something from you. You get back to Tompkinsville, Kentucky, motherfucker. Your ass is going to jail because I'm on proof that you and her tried to kill me, you no good son of a bitch. You get shit, bitch, fucking weird. That's all you are. Fuck you, Carl Wall, you chicken shit, motherfucker.
Okay.
I didn't hear a single
No,
statement.
he just said, when you get back up here, you're going to jail, is what he said, wasn't it?
That's what he said, Judge, and I mean, you know,
Okay, this is a no contact order.
that was
on the
prior
bond.
to that order.
No, it was a condition of the bond that was set. And your client went to Tennessee and avoided being arrested until he came up here on the court day and turned himself in. And then he made a big scene with yelling and kicking the door and saying something about me that I was told later that he said if I'd have heard, he'd still be in jail. So I have very little sympathy, or after seeing the way he exhibited himself, that he didn't do this or he won't continue to violate it. Now, I don't know exactly what to do about it, but I'm fed up to here with it. I can tell you that. I'm fed up to here with it. Kicking the door and yelling F you to the judge and coming in here and acting like this and then prancing around and making these what was the good purpose of making those phone calls to that guy and saying all this vulgar stuff to him on the phone and sending these texts? It does not indicate to me that anybody's got all their ducks in a row or all their marbles straight to me. And that makes me wonder whether he'll hurt somebody. I think he's dangerous.
I understand, Judge. Could I address the court very
You
quickly?
can, yeah.
Your Honor, I can understand, respect, and appreciate what you're saying. I've known Mr. McClendon a long, long time.
As if
I know that he's hot-headed. I know he has tendencies to lose his temper, but all the years that I've dealt with him, I've never had him to break his word to me. The first thing that I told him when I walked up here this morning, when his mother talked to me about helping him, was, you've got to calm down and act like you've got good sense in this situation. He's assured me that he's going to do that. I'm not going to stand here and say all of that was the best thing in the world. And all I'm asking the court is to consider he's got a good job. He's had a good job for some time. I hate to see him lose it. I know how low he's been in life. I know he's been down in the ditch. I know a lot about his past and different things with his brother and I know that, and you know it, Judge. I'm just asking the court.
I don't know how long. I've had a great relationship down through the years with his family. I've respected him.
Sure.
you know, in a lot of different ways, but that does not excuse what's going. Does he have an ankle bracelet on him?
No, but we'd be
Yeah, I'm gonna
glad.
tell you what I'm gonna do. Just because these things were dated before he was actually under the jurisdiction of the court, I'm gonna modify the conditions of his bond. I'm gonna put an ankle bracelet on him. And I want to put a VIN notification on this gentleman if he's ever around or anywhere. That's what I'm gonna do at this juncture.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you,
I understand.
I'm gonna tell you, if there's a tweak of anything, do you understand that, Mr. McClendon?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, does Commonwealth have anything else to say? Okay,
Okay, didn't say it.
okay,
I think everything's pretty said.
yeah,
Thank you, Judge.
okay. And do what? Pretrial, February the 15th? You want a negotiation day?
For what it's worth.
Yeah. February the 9th. The victim's advocate is not here today, so I guess y'all will need to go over his victim's bill of rights, what rights he has to be present, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now what else do we have left before we go to the jail, doctor? Anything, is that it? Barron County, I guess Clinton County, are you on the line? Clinton County? Okay, let's go to Allen County. Let's go to Todd County.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, I'm sorry, we had a little delay there. Do you have Dean Jones there?
Yes, he's here.
Commonwealth versus Dean Jones. Do I have a different camera I can turn on here? Megan, this camera here is not on. Okay, there you go. Commonwealth versus Dean Jones, 23 CR 00066. Are you Dean Jones?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1980?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 5492.
That's correct.
Okay, we have a pretrial. What do you have here, Counselor?
Judge, we're close. If we could just get the 9th negotiation day, I'm sure we'll be wrapped up on the 15th. when we go back.
Okay, you'll be transported. You have to do a transportation order if he's
Yes,
still
Judge.
incarcerated. Be here on February 9th at 9 a.m. for negotiation, and your next court date is on February the 15th, okay?
Dean, I'll be back in touch with you again.
February
Okay, thank you.
15th. Okay, Todd County, thank you for cooperation. Sorry for the delay. I hope it didn't inconvenience y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then I see that Barron County is on there, but we don't have Blackburn or Allen County or Warren County on there, correct? Warren County, Allen County, or Clinton County? We need to make a special effort to get a hold of Clinton County.
I've emailed you.
Okay.
And Judge, I know it may not make a significant difference, but I know we have a special prosecutor here on Barron case.
I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. Barron County, will you come on? What case is yours, special prosecutor?
It's 2 of them, Your Honor.
Maria. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. We have Charles Muse and Maria Zioli, Your Honor.
Okay. Y'all have Charles Muse there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This Commonwealth versus Charles Muse, which is 23 CR 0069. Are you Charles Muse?
Yes, sir.
And were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
And the last four digits of social security number 7778?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have two lawyers here, or what's the deal?
Well, Judge, I represent Mr. Muse, and I think we have a proposed agreement, but I'll defer to the special prosecutor on that to see exactly where we're
Who
at.
does Mr. Garrett represent? Okay, we hadn't called her case yet, so
She's a co-defendant in this case.
well, I'll call her case when we get to her, yeah. Okay, Mr. Muse, you've informed that y'all are negotiating, you want another negotiation day and set it out, is that what you want?
Your Honor, we've come to a resolution of a rule diversion in this case against Mr. Muse, and we would like to enter that, Your Honor.
Well, do you have paperwork done on it?
Yes, Your Honor. I think Mr. Muse has a copy there at the jail.
Let me just file. Is this a pretrial diversion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doesn't look like any pretrial diversion. It says deferred prosecution. Isn't there a difference between deferred prosecution and a pretrial diversion?
There was
Judge,
I'm not going to defer prosecution on anything, but I will do a pretrial diversion if the Commonwealth recommends that.
Charles, did they get you that paperwork that I sent?
Yes.
You send that back? Well,
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I have signed paperwork downstairs that is pretrial diversion as opposed to deferred prosecution. It's the same paperwork.
It's not the same paperwork.
Well, I mean,
You're in a pretrial diversion, you enter a plea. In a deferred situation, you defer prosecution. I don't defer prosecution. Some people do, but I don't.
so Judge, it will be a pretrial
Do
diversion.
you have the paperwork done on a pretrial diversion?
Yes. That's a blank form. Mr. Muse has executed one at the jail. Judge, I received that this morning. I apologize.
Says I am requesting the prosecution of my case be pretrial diverted for 2 years. We don't use that language, do we? It's not the same. This is by rule, which the Commonwealth announced. It's by rule. It's not under the pretrial diversion statute. Isn't there a pretrial diversion statute?
Your Honor. That requires specific language.
Yeah. So I'm willing to do that if you want. Are you letting him out with this agreement? Was he going to get out of jail or has he been held on something else?
This leaves.
Well, I would suggest that you get the help of our Commonwealth Attorney's Office here. Will you help?
We'll be glad to help.
Be glad to help him put some paper and send it down there to him. I'm going to be here for a while. You have an opportunity to talk to him, but
I think, well, that might be the same case with Ms. Zioli as well, because I think the paperwork is identical, Judge.
okay, if y'all work on the paperwork, then I'll call y'all back later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, before we get started, I need a point of clarification on Mr. McClendon's bond.
Yeah.
Is he under restrictions as regards his movement, or is he just free to go wherever he pleases?
You know, he's under the restrictions that everybody's under that's out on bond here. He can be at home, church, work, or the doctor.
I think that needs to be explained to him, because I don't think that was mentioned when we had our bond here.
I told him,
I don't want there to be any misunderstanding.
I'll tell him again, but I told him.
Well, it should be on his bond. You pull his bond up, Mr. McClendon's bond, you give him a copy of it.
Can we get him a copy of it? Judge?
Well, I'll make sure it's on there. Okay. Okay, let's go back to Barron County. Miss Zioli, Maria Zioli, they're working on paperwork on your case also. The paperwork that you decided was not in conformity to what we usually use here, so they're going to send some paperwork over there to you on a pretrial diversion situation, okay? We'll come back to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the Jonathan Brown. Morning, Mr. Brown. You're Jonathan Brown. Were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number is 0306.
Yes, sir.
We're here on 23 CR 0064 and 21 CR 00111. One of them is a pretrial conference. The other one is a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Well, I think we have a felony plea, too.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, Mr. Brown, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person that I mentioned in the enumerated indictment 23 CR 00064? Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
There was a couple of things there that was supposed to be changed, I think.
Judge, I had asked Mr. Stockton about a vehicle that was being forfeited. He said that he intended to put that in there. When I talked to Mr. Brown yesterday, or last night, I told him that might be the case. He said if it was, he would just have to proceed forward. And unless he's changed his mind, that's where we stand. We did discuss it.
What do you mean proceed forward? You mean not enter a plea?
Right.
Okay, well, then we don't have a plea then.
No,
You said he'd have to proceed forward. I'm saying that he's not enter a plea.
no, I'm sorry. Proceed forward with the plea.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your behalf and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by the law. I don't have to accept a recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your guilty plea. Now, you indicated that this is a diversion.
No.
I was gonna say it couldn't be diversion because it had a revocation on it.
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to accepting any recommendation I hear, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation that you're about to hear and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that? Okay, and proceed to trial. Now, Mr. Stockton, will you come around and give the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown will plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree, first offense, Class D felony, receive a sentence of 4 years. He will plead guilty to the amended charge of possession of a firearm by convicted felon, receive a sentence of 4 years. They shall run concurrently for a total of 4 years, but shall run consecutively to Monroe Indictment 21 CR 111. And Mr. Brown will agree to stipulate revocation in that case. The defendant shall forfeit $2,149, the Commonwealth being dispersed according to forfeiture order. He'll also forfeit a black 2010 Dodge flatbed pickup with the appropriate VIN number, 38 special ammo, Smith & Wesson 38 handgun, and they'll be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The Navy iPhone will be returned to him. All other evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Hey, was he charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
He was, and he's pleading to that. He was actually charged with a handgun, but since he had 6 years on the shelf, I amended it down to make it a total of even 10 years.
Sir?
To serve, yes, sir. Don't want to oppose probation or shock probation.
Is that what you agreed to? Sir, is that what you agreed to, what you just heard read off there?
I didn't know you was opposed to the shock probation. Yeah. I did.
Okay. Now, are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes.
Okay. You're doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
And you understand that you have waived your constitutional rights, and after you enter this plea, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced under the persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, will you hand me the document that you signed?
Judge, when it pleases the court, I'd like to clarify one thing.
Okay. Can you see that signature on there?
Yes, sir.
That's your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Bell, what did you want to clarify?
Well, Judge, I think when Mr. Stockton advised that he opposed shock probation, I had told him last night that they did oppose it, but that doesn't prevent us from filing and asking the court for it. So,
He was just
Yeah.
stating, sir, that that's what their position is going to be as part of the plea agreement. They wanted to inform you that they were going to oppose shock probation or any probation.
Right.
That you did, which is their prerogative to do, and your attorney still has a right to file anything he wants to file and be considered by the court. Will you hold this to make sure I sign it where I'm supposed to?
But you want to sign it on a felony?
Yeah, there's about 3 places here. Forfeiture, you don't hold off the forfeiture things until I hear the.
That's a revocation. I don't know what they want to do about the forfeiture.
I will, when we sentence him, I'll sign the forfeiture documents and things then.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll go ahead and sign the revocation today.
Yes.
Yeah, this will convert him into a state inmate.
The revocation of today.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, we'll sign that. We'll hold the other documents over until we accept the plea. Okay. See if the docket sheet got messed up in that there. Megan, I've lost my docket sheet here somewhere.
that conclude his case, Judge?
Yes.
Could I ask you about one other case I have very, very briefly?
Sure.
We have Sonny Voorhees that we've agreed to pass for another month, Judge. He's in custody there, and I was just hoping maybe we could do that so that would conclude my business today. If not, I'll sit down.
Oh, what is
Wait,
Sonny Voorhees?
yes, Your Honor. There's Mr. Voorhees there on the jail docket, Judge.
Yeah. Trying to find it. 22 CR 0074. Come up, take us is Sonny Voorhees. Mr. Voorhees, you were born in 1974. Last 4 digits, social security number 8685. We're here on probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we've been waiting on Barron County to make a decision whether they're gonna charge Mr. Voorhees on this. I'm gonna go ahead next month, whether they've made a decision or not, and present proof on the motion to revoke. So if they've not.
Let's schedule this for February the 15th.
Thank you, Judge. Jesse, I'll get that to you next week. All right.
You got it, one?
Thank you, Judge. You have a good day, Your Honor.
Hang on, officer.
Yes. This bond, man, this bond on here. All the conditions that I usually have on the bonds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where are those conditions? This was taken to jail, wasn't it?
Wait. See, you sign, who signed it? Sure.
That's the reason I put that in, rehandle that. Is there's any question.
Your Honor, but they have so many new people working in the jail. I would assume, yes, Your Honor, that is where it was done.
Well, I want a bond document that states for Mr. McClendon, those conditions that I put on all bonds. I mean, I'm sure that was on the bond decision. Megan, do you have the bond decision on his case?
Oh.
Grand jury finished. Okay. We tried playing the retrack on it here.
Should be the file. I don't have.
When you get the file, where's the file?
There's this type one, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's our bond decision.
It's a good luck.
Doesn't have the usual ones on there. It's got pretrial monitoring, home incarceration, no contact with victim, and all other conditions. But it doesn't set out what the other conditions are. What?
Because he's on home incarceration, there's not the curfew.
Well, if he's gonna be allowed to go to his job.
He's not, he's got an ankle bracelet on him.
Yeah.
That's what I put on him. I didn't say in home incarceration. I had a bracelet on him, subject to the conditions. But what bothers me is before I did that, these conditions aren't listed out. Usually when I come up here, do we ever list them out that he shall stay at home?
When we do a curfew, we do, but when you do home
Well,
incarceration.
I thought everybody's on the curfew.
We do curfew or home incarceration. If it's home incarceration, it's complete lockdown. If it's
Did that-
curfew, I lay
okay,
out the specific.
Okay, well, when this one, I'm talking about when this one's reached.
It's because it's home incarceration, that's complete
Okay,
lockdown.
I can see home incarceration. So he was supposed to already be on home
That
incarceration?
was our original bond
Oh,
decision.
where'd Mr. Bell go?
Right here, Judge.
Come up. It seems like everything in this one here is different than it's supposed to be. I had a condition of his bond was home incarceration,
It's on here, so he should have been on an ankle bond.
or he should have been home incarcerated, should have already been there, but he's out gomming around somewhere.
Home incarceration means ankle monitor.
Yeah, and being at home.
Right, but he did not have an ankle monitor on prior to today.
Well, stuff like that happens when you turn yourself into a court.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah.
So he's on home incarceration, which is even more restrictive than the
Correct.
curfew.
That's what I'm saying.
But he can still go to work. Well, I don't know. Mr. Stockton, stay up here with us. Where's he working?
He's working at a able company, Bowling Green. I think he changed it. I go ahead, give him a quick.
He's under home incarceration. If he wants to get a work release, he can get an agreed order. Work on, okay.
Yeah.
That's what had the phone is because he showed up. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't there. He's supposed to already be.
When we do a curfew, we lay out the specifics.
You understand what?
Yes,
This
Your
says,
Honor.
this says, listen, this says in-home incarceration. So there wasn't any reason to put the curfew things on there because he was supposed to be in-home incarcerated, which he wasn't. So they let him out of jail over there, or somebody let him out of jail when he signed a bond decision. Isn't that right, Megan? He signed a bond decision. They let him out of jail when he's supposed to be on in-home incarceration already.
Yes, Your Honor, and I've got where I have typed in that date, cash only, home incarceration.
Okay, that's fine. We understand what happened now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Where is this bond taken at? Who took this bond?
I believe he was taken over to the jail.
Can you tell where who did the bond?
And maybe the bond was.
Judge, he turned himself in the day of arraignment, so I think it was all done
Here?
here.
Here, but we've seen this. Face the jail sentence, the original papers, I'm assuming he did.
What I'm saying is someone was let out improperly on that other situation where there were two things, and today there was an in-home incarceration order. So you need to bring that to someone's attention, you know. We will. Well, that bond there should not allow anybody to walk out of jail. It's got in-home incarceration on it, that's all I'm saying. Okay, thank you.
I need to have a conversation.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Evans. Commonwealth versus Evans.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's your first name?
My first name is Jacinda.
Jacinda?
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth Jacinda Evans, 23 CR 00082. Were you born in 1983, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I was.
That's 4 digits of social security number 0437.
It
This is for arraignments. You have a right to remain silent. You have the Office of Public Advocacy representing you.
Okay. My paid attorney refused to represent me in New York County for a conflict. I'm not sure.
I didn't hear what you said, ma'am. Could you say it again?
My paid attorney refused to represent me in the county of Monroe for some reason, so I'm not sure I will accept public advocacy. It's Alan Simpson was my paid attorney. You had given me time to have a paid attorney, so I hunted out one, but they refused to for Monroe County.
Does she need an affidavit?
No, you're fine, sir. Go ahead, do anything.
Well, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, operating a motor vehicle while your license is revoked, failure to maintain insurance, and possession of marijuana. I'm going to present this indictment to Mr. Pennington. Mr. Bailiff, you come over here. Mr. Pennington, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, await formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order that requires the Commonwealth to present your attorney with all the evidence they have in your case. Is she being held on this only, or is there something else holding this lady? Have you got
She's got charges out of Barrington. She's the co-defendant with Sonny Voorhees. So.
Okay.
Also, that's charges out of the warrant.
I've bonded out on this case, Your Honor, in Warren County. I bonded out on that for about, I think it was 2 weeks ago. I made the $6,000 surety bond, along with some other bonds that were cash. So this is not holding me, sir.
Yeah, this case is not holding.
Ms. Evans, I'll be over to see you soon.
Yes, sir. You have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Kara Foster. And are you going to do Kara now, or are you going to do her at the end of the docket?
He's asking about Farrah Foster.
Yes, sir.
Y'all want to do her at the end of the docket?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Keith Gross. Keith Gross. Commonwealth versus Keith Gross. 19 CR 0053, 22 CR 0098, 18 CR 00160, 21 CR 161. Are you Keith Gross?
Yes, sir.
And were you born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6977.
Yep.
Yeah, what does the Commonwealth have on this case? You want to come around here?
We've made an offer. He's represented by Andrew Rowe.
Yes, sir. I'm logged. You're on? Okay. So he sent a e-filing today that I just read about, are you planning on being at the next negotiation day? Which is
So,
tonight?
yes, sir. That's fine. I was just going to say that I conferenced rather with Keith Gross on the 11th. I conveyed the offer. He's got some things.
Wait just a second. You're talking faster than I can understand. Your microphone is not picking you up correctly. That can be avoided.
Okay.
It can be avoided if you'll come to the courtroom and be here in person, but go ahead.
Just whatever the next date you want to give us, Judge. Your convenience.
February the 9th and the next motion day.
What all is he charged with?
He's got 4 different cases. I can go through all the charges. It's between criminal syndicate, trafficking, and football sport.
Okay. The next, you want him here on the negotiation day?
Yes, sir.
Negotiation day will be at 9 a.m. on February the 9th. If you want your client to be here, you can have a transportation order done, and his next court date will be on February the 15th, okay?
Yes, sir. And Judge, so actually at the previous negotiation date, I was present and I had filed a transport order, but he was not brought. Do you have any guidance beyond just filing another on how to ensure he's actually there, since it's several hours for me to travel there?
We wouldn't want to inconvenience you at all.
I'm thankful for that.
Calling the jail beforehand is what I would say.
Yeah, well, you send it, we'll have him over here on that day.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll see you then.
Thank you, yeah. Herschel Hammer. Commonwealth versus Herschel Hammer. Are you Herschel Hammer?
Sir.
23 CR 0083. Mr. Hammer, were you born in 2005?
Yes.
Last four digits are social security number 5631. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney's here. Wave, Mr. Attorney.
Hello, sir.
Okay. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging with theft, unlawful taking or disposition of a firearm, criminal mischief in the first degree, and receiving stolen property. Mr. Bailiff. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hammer is to be here for negotiations on the 9th, February. The next court date's February the 15th. Mr. Hammer, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. It requires a Commonwealth to provide your attorney the evidence they have and to help you prepare for your case.
And Judge, if I may, it's my understanding Mr. Hammer is being held on a $10,000 cash or 2 times property bond. I spoke with his mother, who's in the gallery, and she tells me that she could make a $10,000 property, but she doesn't have $20,000 worth in property. I was also informed.
Is he a convicted felon, or is this firearm was just a favorite firearm?
He allegedly stole a pickup and a rifle.
And Judge,
You have objection, $10,000 property bond?
No.
Okay, we'll do that.
With usual conditions.
We'll let his mother, and the conditions are home, church, work, or the doctor. You stay at home besides that. Where are you gonna be living, Mr. Hammer, when you get out? With your mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your mother here? Where's she at? Okay, is that all right with you? Okay, she says, can you live with your father in Glasgow? And yeah. Well, we need that to put the location where he's gonna be as far as his in-home incarceration, as far as his bond condition, okay?
and sir, I'll get with you and iron that out.
Okay.
About to say hammer that
Thank
out,
you.
but
Heather Hicks. You're Heather Hicks. Are you Heather Hicks?
Yes, sir.
This is 18 CR 000180. You born in 1980? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
5617.
It has here review, dismissed, diverted. What is this?
Your Honor, this is a case that's come up dismissed, diverted. Ms. Hicks is currently on probation, so it shouldn't be dismissed, diverted. And she's got pending charges at what county?
Simpson.
Simpson County. So if we can pass her one more month, then we can probably figure out what to do with it.
February 15th, your next court date, okay?
Heather, I'll be able to talk to you.
Thank you.
Dustin Jesse.
I'm not sure we have anything to do on Miss Hicks. She's been revoked.
Oh, so she's already been revoked. I thought she might have filed a motion for shock or something.
No, there's nothing else to be done on it.
Okay.
It just failed to get taken out of the system until
Okay.
after her pretrial diversion was voided.
I knew I hadn't got a motion. for
Make
shock.
sure
That didn't
make
mean-
sure that we go back to that order as for whose tab she's on, okay?
She's been a state inmate for quite a while.
Yeah, she's been a state inmate. That's,
Well, I thought maybe we never had entered the right order to make
No,
it.
a judgment was entered on November 29th.
Okay, well, you can explain that to her when you go over there. Dustin Jesse,
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Dustin Jesse. 23 CR 00010. You're here for a sentencing. Mr. Jesse, were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0707.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor, although I do have one request.
Well, sure. Everybody's allowed one request.
Judge, he has been accepted into the Pinnacle Treatment Centers. If the court would consider probating him into the Pinnacle Treatment Center, he's already got a bed available for him as of January 9th. Or if the court deems it appropriate not to at this point, would consider, if the court would do that consider it for shock probation.
Okay, upon a plea of guilty to theft, unlawful take of disposition over $1,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to theft of a motor vehicle registration plate, he shall receive a sentence of 5 years. However, the 2 5-year sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. He shall receive credit for time served. What is the court cost on this one?
$185.
$185 court cost. You'll pay your first payment of $30, 30 days upon your release. And any other issue that would be addressed would have to be addressed in a motion for shock probation. Okay? Thank you very much.
You represent him on the new case.
Now, we skipped over Charles Muse. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You working on paperwork on him? Okay, let's go back to Larry Norris then. Larry Norris. Larry Norris.
Give us just a minute, Your Honor.
Okay, Jason Pitcock. Jason Pitcock, you want to come around? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jason Pitcock, 23 CR 00030. Mr. Pitcock, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
4 digits of your social security number, 2853.
Yes, sir.
You're on 23 CR 00030 pretrial conference. Mr. Garrett represents you. Mr. Garrett, we got Jason Pitcock here.
Judge, I think we just need to set this matter for trial.
What is this matter?
It's a child pornography case similar to the one that's tried in Clinton County recently.
Okay, has all the technology been reported on and everything? You got all the discovery ready?
Yes, it'll take a little bit of time to get everything collated though. And I'll have to review this with the Attorney General's office extensively.
Okay. What is the over in Cumberland County Commonwealth versus Davis? What is that?
That is a case with David Cross involving a contractor that took a lot of money and did very little work.
There won't be a trial on that day, will there? You think there'll be a trial on that day?
This is the second time it's been.
Well, the first time I had it moved because it was set on their travel nurses, the victims, and it was set on their orientation day at St. Joseph's, and that's the day they couldn't miss. For the 13th.
Well, I want to set we'll double scope that one.
Okay.
And
What date is that, Judge?
April 16th and 17th.
And if it comes down to the fact that they both don't settle, Your Honor, I'll probably just make an election a week before which one to try, if that's
That
all.
sounds good.
Sixteenth and 17th. So they're gonna have to school us. don't know how to explain this to a jury. That's something. It's.
Norris. Okay, Mr. Norris, we have a,
Judge,
oh, excuse me, I
And-
wrote Norris in.
Judge, I've got one request on his behalf. Judge, his bond was set in,
Wait just a second. I went down one too many. Cromwell versus Pitcock. Okay, go ahead.
Judge, his bond in district court was set at 10,000 cash or 20,000 property. It was a bond that he was able to make. When he was indicted, his bond was moved up to 100,000 cash. We would ask the court to consider reducing his bond to the same bond that he had in district court. Court could put any conditions, whether it's home incarceration, GPS, or all of the above.
What's the Commonwealth have to say?
I would request a bond hearing so I could bring down the AG's office so they could show what's happened to the court, so you'd have an idea about this case before you made a decision.
Schedule a bond hearing. I won't make it wait to the next, just contact my office, coordinate a bond hearing. I won't wait till the next rule day.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. They're gonna schedule a bond hearing for you, Mr. Pitcock, and I won't wait till the next rule day. I'll give you a bond hearing before then, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Albine Roca,
We have Mr. Norris in here, Judge Williams, if you'd like to do him.
who's that?
Larry Norris.
Okay, bring Mr. Norris around then. Commonwealth versus Larry Norris. 23 CR 0078. Are you Larry Norris?
Yeah,
You born in 1992?
yeah,
Last four digits, social security number 1833.
yeah.
Third, say yes.
You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by an attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possessing methamphetamine, public intoxication, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass in the third degree, and possession of marijuana. Counsel, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and reading of the indictment and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Norris, requiring the Commonwealth to give your attorney the evidence they have, and so you can prepare for your case. You'll be here on February the 9th for negotiation, and February the 19th,
15th, Your Honor.
15th, rather, for your next court date.
All right.
Your Honor, if I could be heard on Mr. Norris's bond,
Go ahead.
I guess, could I inquire as to what the bond is?
Yes, sir, of course.
How much is it?
50,000 charity.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Albine Roca, your attorney will be able
Be able
to
to
see.
speak.
Your attorney will be able to see Mr. Norris. Albine Roca for sentencing. Commonwealth Attorney versus Albine Roca. 23 CR 0062. Mr. Roca, were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3240.
Yep.
Here today for the purpose of sentencing, you had opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct, counsel?
Judge, I will note, as far as time credit that Mr. Roca is receiving, I think it cut off as of our last rule day. It's showing as of December 14th. I just wanted to note that.
It'll be updated. Will Mr. Roca make sure you get credit from that last date through today?
Thank you, Judge.
Is there any other reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
Upon plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance fentanyl, he's received a sentence of 5 years to serve. The 5 years shall run consecutively to the Monroe indictment 18 CR 00206 and 20 CR 0057 for a total of 11 years. The Commonwealth opposes probation, shock probation. He shall forfeit $460 to be dispersed in accordance with the forfeiture order. Other evidence will be destroyed. considering the length of the term, will waive the court costs.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Patrick Scott. Patrick Scott. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Patrick Scott, 23 CR 0048. Are you Patrick Scott?
Yes, sir.
Born in 2001.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0480.
Yes, sir.
We're here today for a pretrial conference. What is it?
Judge, we have a tentative plea. What I have tendered, I guess part of the issue was specialty court, given that Mr. Scott lives in Barron County, not Monroe County. We've fixed that issue. I've tendered an order referring Mr. Scott to specialty court. The Commonwealth had offered a split sentence, 6 months, of which should
What's he
expire.
charged with?
He's charged with multiple counts of wanton endangerment and DUI.
And what have you offered?
I think it's 10 years, serve 6 months and go into specialty court.
And Judge, when we were here last
Is
time,
he
kind
going
of,
to enter a plea?
he will, Judge. The part of the issue
Well,
why we
get
didn't
ready
last
to-
time.
When you get ready to enter the plea, I'll listen to all this, but up until that, it's surplusage as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, Judge.
You want to schedule him for the next rule day?
Judge, if we could, I think we'll be ready to go if we could do it in Cumberland next week.
Doesn't matter to me.
That's fine. If you have the stuff ready and submit it, we'll get you on the docket over
I
there.
mean, I think he's still going to be waiting for the specialty court orientation, but I think.
No, I
his-
mean, I'm interested in the plea. We're talking about the plea right now.
Yes, Judge.
So we'll put you on the docket in Cumberland County next week, sir, so you won't have to wait another month, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. It's Jackie Short next.
Yes, Your Honor.
Jackie Short. Commonwealth versus Jackie Short, 23 CR 0065. Are you Jackie Short?
Sir.
Were you born in 1970, Mr. Short?
No, sir.
What are the last four digits of social security number?
4616.
Okay.
Okay.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Judge, we just need one more negotiation day. I think we're.
What's he charged with?
Possession of.
This is possession of controlled substance, Judge.
Since he just got offered the normal 3 years and
Now, we
pretrial.
either offered prison or drug court.
And he's gonna, he opted for specialty court.
Okay. Okay, we'll see him back here then you need February 9th for negotiation.
Yes.
Mr. Stockton, you need February 9th for negotiation.
Yeah, I'd like to get the paperwork done.
February the 9th, we'll come over to your paperwork and then if you agree to do a plea, you'll do it on February the 15th, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Simpson. Jesse Simpson. Commonwealth versus Jesse Simpson. 23 CR 0084. Are you Jesse Simpson?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Simpson, were you born in 1985?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 5899.
Yes, sir.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment in 23 CR 0084. Your attorney's present here today. He's the one that's got the back to the camera. You're here for arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Anytime there's anything you don't understand, stop us and we'll have him consult with you. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you for failure to signal, operating a motor vehicle while the license revoked or under third or more, fleeing or evading first, being a persistent felony offender. Here you go, Mr. Bailiff. And that out there. I'm giving, Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity client, receive the indictment, wait for more reading arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order here that requires the Commonwealth to give you the information they have concerning your case. We'll schedule on February the 9th for a negotiation date, and the next court date will be February the 15th.
Madam Clerk, that inquires the bond.
What is his bond?
5,000 cash or 2 times profit.
5,000 cash, 2 times profit.
Get on top of
Jason Smith. Your attorney will be over to see you, Mr. Simpson, okay? Jason Smith. 23 CR 0008 and 20 CR 0078. Are you Jason Smith?
Yes,
Were you born in 1982?
yes,
Last 4 digits, social security number 4233.
that's it.
Yeah, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney is here present today, and you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging the possession of methamphetamine, a controlled substance in the first degree. Mr. Bailiff. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Smith, receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
We also have a probation revocation on 20 CR 0078. Thank you. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, sir, that says the Commonwealth got to give you the evidence they have to help you prepare for your defense. I would assume that on fix a set of February the 9th negotiation day and next court appearance February 15th. Mr. Stockton, will y'all be negotiating that revocation and the new charge all on that same day? Okay.
Yes, that's been my understanding, Judge.
Okay. Jared Terry.
Same thing.
Jared Terry. Your lawyer will be over to see you here, Mr. Smith. Jared Terry. Commonwealth versus Jared Terry, 23 CR 0037. Mr. Terry, were you born in 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6082.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of an arraignment only on the first degree assault. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with assault in the first degree. Is this a superseding or additional indictment? Superseding? Additional indictment. What is the reason I asked that, what is the number on the other charge?
It's the same.
Same number?
Yes.
So it's kind of a superseding indictment, right? Really? What are the other charges under 23 CR 0037?
Judge, there's a murder charge.
Murder and one endangerment.
Yeah.
Murder and wanton endangerment, okay, and so assault 1 has been added to that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, you have no objection to all being on the same number?
No,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, now where are we at on this case here?
Judge, in negotiation, it was.
You entered a plea of not guilty or something?
Yes, Your Honor, and actually the new charges was actually spurred as a result of negotiation, so I'm hopeful with this new charge, we'll be able to negotiate.
You want to set a date for that, or is this, Mr. Stockton, does this go beyond what you do on the normal date here, or do you want it on February 9th?
I think we can just do it, we'll just do it the same day.
February the 9th, and the next court date's February 15th. Your attorney will be over to talk to you about this superseding indictment, okay? Thank you. Benjamin Tooley. Benjamin Tooley. Okay, this is Commonwealth versus Benjamin Tooley. Mr. Tooley, were you born in 1987? The last 4 digits of social security number 2174, Mr. Tooley? Okay. Okay, we're here on 21 CR 0092, 20 CR 005, and 21 CR 0093. And all 3 of them say it for probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Well, Mr. Tooley, Your Honor, he has.
You'll come over when I pick you up.
He has a 5-year sentence on T-Butt and 20 CR 5, a 7.5-year sentence on receiving stolen property, 2192. He'd been doing really well and working for Larry Ross cutting meat, and then he picked up a new possession charge, just recently, possession, no insurance, driving on revoked license, and that case is still pending. We've not indicted him on it yet. So I don't know if we want to assess him for drug court or what do you think?
Well, and Judge, from my
Of course, he's
perspective,
got that case in Allen County too.
yeah, I knew there was a,
He has a manslaughter charge pending in Allen County, then leave.
And we weren't aware of that.
When we probate.
No, I don't think you were either.
And Judge, I don't know where I saw that Mr. Bell, I guess represented on the last 10 time case. I assumed that Mr. Bell was going to have Mr. Tooley, so I've not had a chance to speak with him at all.
All I know is Mr. Collins continued. He hadn't had any problem out of him until this new charge.
No, he's worked full time and done, in my opinion, from what I know and see.
More
done excellent.
important.
I don't know any particulars of the case now.
Looks like it's set for trial in April.
What was it, a motor vehicle thing or what was it?
From what I understand is he was riding in a vehicle. I'd spoke with Trooper, Tooley, and he had called me and told me he had pulled him over, from what I understand.
I'm talking about the
The
manslaughter.
manslaughter. I don't know the details. I don't know the details on it.
We believe there was a drug overdose in the car, Your Honor. A young lady lost her life.
Been with her.
She was 17 years old, Your Honor. And Mr. Tooley allegedly drove around with her body for about 8 hours.
Did not do nothing like that.
Mr. Tooley, don't say a word, please.
Well, I'm not,
We can, if he wants to, we can also check on the grand jury and see if we can handle all these at one time. Might be the best thing to do.
I have no objection to that, Judge.
okay.
I'll check, see if there's gonna be an indictment on the possession charge.
Okay.
Are the grand jury still down there today or?
Yeah.
So you make sure they don't adjourn.
No, we don't have a case on the chief. We're gonna have to check on it, see why it's coming there.
Okay, February the 15th, you want a negotiation day? Let me suggest a negotiation day on February the 9th. And if they reach an agreement, you can proceed by information.
Yes.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, your attorney will be over to see you, Mr. Tooley. You get to tell him why you feel like some of the things that said here were not exactly according to the way you see things, and he'll be over there to see you, and then we'll have a negotiation day for you on February 9th, and the next court date here will be February 15th to try to wrap all this stuff up if possible. And I guess y'all will check with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office down there about that case. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tooley. Okay, Michael Turner. Michael Turner. Commonwealth versus Michael Turner, 23 CR 0055. You are Michael Turner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here on 23 CR 0055. Mr. Turner, you were born in 1967.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security 1161.
Yes.
Okay, what do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
Y'all do on that negotiation.
Your Honor, may I take the lead, given there's some.
Okay.
So Judge, just to give the court a brief history, when we were here, I think back in November, on the record, Mr. Turner sought to fire me, insinuated that I worked for Mr. McPherson, whom I don't know. When we came back in December, we noted that to the court's attention. I have alerted that up the chain to DPA, and needing a conflict. I've been told since that this particular office, as opposed to the Columbia office, requires a different form. I have now tendered said different form for funding purposes. I was told that due to the timing, that conflict counsel could not be here today.
Who was it? Who was conflict counsel?
I don't know who that person is going
on the mountain again.
Well, so Judge, I would say to get a negotiation for the 9th and pre-trial for the 15th.
What's he charged?
He's charged with convicted felon, possession of a firearm.
Does he hurt you feeling so bad you can't represent him?
Well, no, Judge.
Well, you heard Mr. Bell say what all terrible things people had said to him in the past, and you must have avoided all of that in your practice.
Well, Judge, Bell was here, and I'd say they were probably justified against Mr. Bell, but I don't know about it.
Yeah, well made. So you want to get him a counsel?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Well, I think we talked about why it taken so long to get him a lawyer the last time we were over here. What's his bond?
Sure. 25,000 cash.
7 months, excuse me.
Judge, given the length of time, I mean, I am here for Mr. Turner until someone
Well, you
steps in,
changed
but
your mind now. Now you will advocate for him, so.
I would for
Here-
a bond condition,
here's,
sir.
here's the thing about it is, he's been over there for quite a while. Is there any restricted bond? Was he accused of flourishing a weapon or shooting around a
This is the
neighbor?
problem, Your Honor. I've got 2 victims in the case that won't cooperate and don't want to press charges against him of what he was doing with the gun. So the officer just charged him with being in possession of a gun.
A convicted felon?
Yes.
Can I speak, Your Honor?
Probably not. You know, if you're gonna talk about the situation, anything you say could be used against you.
Well, all I done was stop him from shooting me.
Yeah, okay.
Gun on me.
Got a self-defense situation alleged here, so.
This is not even the right address on this warrant.
Wait a second, wait a second. Are these neighbors down there or what are they?
I think they own some property next to Mr. Turner. I don't think they live there close by, do they?
And Judge, I know in Monroe District, there was an eviction
Lives on their
process as
property.
well.
Explain it there to me, Mr. Brown. Okay. The original problem originated because he was living on the victim's property in a rent house. If he went and lived somewhere else and had an ankle monitor, that'd probably be okay.
If I let you out on bond, Mr. Turner,
Yeah.
hang with me here. I'm trying to make some progress for you, okay? Where are you gonna live if I let you out on a bond? Where are you gonna live?
My property that I own, where the
I can't understand you. Say it again.
I'm going back to my house, my property.
Where is that rented? Is that rented from somebody?
That's where he can't go.
It's my property. It's my property. It was willed to me. Doug McPherson's my dad. That's what this is all about. Shake your head all you want, I don't, but it's a fact. And even Sean and Shane admitted to this. I've been shot. That's the reason why I was told to get the gun.
Wait a second. Okay,
When I was told.
wait a second.
They evicted him from that residence because he would just come, there was a squad.
Well, who owns the residence?
That's McPherson. Yeah. McPherson.
Okay, you allege you own the property, sir?
It was given to me. He Doug's my dad. They was cut out of the will. It's what this is about.
Through the eviction.
They literally shot me several times. A pack of bullets.
Wait. Where did you get the property? How did you get the property?
Doug McPherson's my dad. It was given to me. Willed to me, in other words.
Is there a will giving him these properties?
Still property, all the property that was cut out of.
Well, they're alleged, the Commonwealth says it is not your property. And that they were trying to evict you off the property, and then a weapon was used down there some way. Whether it was in self-defense whatever. Wait just a second. Wait just a second. You're not helping yourself right now because you're getting on the edge of sounding unreasonable here, okay? Now, if I let you out on a bond where you can't go back down there to that property, do you have anywhere else you can go to stay till you get this over with? Are you insisting on going back down to that property? Is that where you?
I have to get my stuff, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff right there.
What I'm gonna do is order public advocacy to get you an attorney post haste, and we will hear any motions that we have over in Cumberland County. I'm not gonna make you wait another month. You've been over there long enough without a lawyer. That's not your fault, okay, that you've been over there without a lawyer. So I'm gonna have them to order you a new lawyer, and I'm gonna give you a break so that you don't have to wait again until next month. We're in Cumberland County next Thursday.
Yes, sir.
I'll have you transported over to Cumberland County next Thursday. And that gives you time between now and then to work with your new lawyer to get us some defenses and talk about your bond. Okay, I think that's only fair to you to do that, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
I will
Go ahead.
communicate that today, Judge.
Okay, they'll have somebody over there right away.
All right, thank
Tommy Webb. I'm expecting a painted pony come through that door. I've seen everything else. Okay, Commonwealth versus Tommy Webb, 23 CR 0047 and 19 CR 0073. Are you Tommy Webb?
Yes.
Born in that, you said you were born in 1998?
Yes.
Okay, we're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
You were on a diversion, 3 years diverted for 5 years, and that was voided on December 14th, 2023. Therefore, you're sentenced to 3 years. You had 1 year to run concurrently with one of those charges. And then
There was a plea and a pretrial diversion
And
stipulation along with the guilty protection of the cases.
That's okay.
so there's 19 CR 0073 and 23 CR 0047.
yes, Your Honor.
So the total between the two of them is 3 years?
Should be 4.
4 years, it was 1 year.
Should be.
Oh, yeah, case number 23 CR 0 was to run consecutively for 1 year for a total of 4 years. I see that was in the second sentence. I stopped in the first sentence. Okay. Thank you, sir. Dakota Williams.
Are you waiving court costs?
I'm gonna waive court costs on him
Thank you, Judge.
because he's the amount of time he had to serve. Dakota Williams. Are you Dakota Williams?
Sir.
Yeah, were you born in 2003, Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number, 4741.
Yes, sir.
You're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I thought we
Judge-
already had the hearing on it.
Well, Judge, this is actually a review regarding shock probation.
I don't have it.
I think that's what the review is for. And Judge, we were here in December. We had talked about shock probation for Dakota. The Commonwealth had talked about some drug infractions in specialty court.
Was he got kicked out of, drug court?
Yeah, he was terminated from drug court he had 7 positive drug tests, 2 missed tests. He also violated the participation agreement. You remember that?
Yeah.
And this wasn't brought up at the time of drug court, and this really bothers me. He was to pay restitution of $3,882 to Murray Jackson and Steve Line, and he's never paid anything.
And Judge, that was going to be one of my points. I think that has grown. I think my figure was about $4,000. Looking at the show
He owes
costs.
more than Mr.
Then,
Stockton.
Well, if you had the 5% in it, it's gonna be more.
And Judge, what Dakota tells me is upon release, he's trained as a mechanic. And Judge, with regards to specialty court,
Why hadn't he paid it in up to now?
That's the part that bothers me, and I'm equally aggravated as the people in drug court here. And I have trouble, and I ain't knocking Mr. Collins, but certain probation officers in drug court, they never worry about the restitution. And I'm gonna have a talk with all of them, because I don't see how anybody can stay in drug court this long and not pay 1 dime of restitution to 2 victims. And I got to thinking about this, why am I here in this chair? And if I can't get restitution for victims and they just go through the system, I can see why the public gets disgusted.
Well, they weren't too disgusted. You're running unopposed. They're pretty well pleased with you, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like, why am I here?
and Judge, you can't unwind the clock. I'm here trying to get.
Well, I'm
restitution
asking you to put some batteries in it, here, because let me tell you, there's no excuse for him not having made restitution on this thing, and you're not making any excuse.
I'm not, no,
Okay, now
Judge.
what do you suggest as a resolution of this?
Well, Judge, he's been incarcerated since September.
How much money could he come up to pay toward restitution?
That's a good thing.
$1,500?
Dakota, how soon could you come up with $1,500? And I think it's.
As soon as I get out, I can come up with it.
Well, no, you're gonna come up with it before you get out. It's like a guy that stole my dog and promised me he's gonna bring it back. I don't get it. So you come up with $1,500 restitution, I'll consider these other motions. And then from then on, you can pick up the balance of it in regular payments.
Judge, the only other thing, and again, we've noted this on the record last time, and she's actually on Zoom right now. Dakota's fiance is now got the good news that their 5-month-old child is going to be coming home from the University of Louisville, NICU,
But
tomorrow.
if he pays $1,500 and gets his life lined up, he can go home and be a responsible citizen, help raise that baby. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
is that all right with the
That's
Commonwealth?
fine. And
Yeah, we just gotta get it straightened up, Dakota. You gotta get straightened up and live up to your responsibilities. Sounds like you got a big responsibility coming up, and if you want to participate in that, you need to get this straightened out. You understand what I'm saying? You've been lollygagging about paying these payments, and you heard how serious the Commonwealth is. They're gonna come down on you hard. You understand that? Okay,
Sir.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Dakota, I'll get over and talk to you. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Okay, now we've got, it looks like we've made some progress toward finishing this thing. We've still got Maria Ziola
And Mr. Muse.
and Mr. Muse.
And Mr. Foster from Clinton County.
But we're gonna do her at
And
the
Mr.
end.
Henry.
We're gonna do her when we,
Grand jury's ready to.
yeah. Okay, well, let's clear that area out and let the grand jury come in, and we'll let them get on the road here, and then we'll come back and do Muse and Ziola, and then we'll end up the day over there at least with Kara Foster. Turn the camera off as far as the grand jury is concerned. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to broadcast. I need to do it here. We just the broadcast the grand jury. Leaving on the record, I just want to broadcast. Yeah. The ROAD, Zoom, broad. Zoom. Yeah, broadcast on Zoom. All rise for the grand jury. I'll go over there in the jury box. Let's not be timid. Let's come on in and get in the jury box over there. Are you the foreperson? She can wait till last there. Okay, y'all scoot on down. If you scoot on down, they won't have to step on you, get those seats. Okay? Thank you. Everybody be seated. Are you the foreperson, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay, have y'all finished your work?
we have,
Have
yes.
12 or more of you? I don't understand that, but whatever, you're not to be intermingling with the grand jury. It's all right. You're not to know better. He is, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Have you finished your work? 9 or more of you have agreed?
Yes.
Okay, will you present it to the bailiff? Okay, the 18th day of January, I'm signing this document. We will have these indictments processed, Madam Foreperson. Then we will put on there the amount of bond that we set. Usually we do warrants unless the people are in custody. And if they're in custody, we do summons if they're already under a bond and take a look at the bond. The reason we do the set the bonds, and we try to set them amount that will protect the public and assure the people that they'll appear. So if it's something that's, not a dangerous sort of thing and they have strong contacts and things like that, their probability showing up, we'll set a lower bond. So it's important. It takes a little time to enter these things in the computer and everything. So y'all need to keep everything confidential. This morning, as a matter of fact, it was reported to me warrants that hadn't even been issued on indictments in another county. Certain people here, lawyers already knew who had been indicted. That means that there's a leak in the system somewhere. I don't know what it is. It didn't happen here, and I would expect y'all to, each one of you, live up to the oaths you take to keep it secret and private and confidential. It's very important to do that for the safety of these individuals involved and the officers who might go, or maybe even witnesses. You know, I mean, if somebody gets indicted and they find out when they get indicted, they might know who the witness is. It might take some action against them. Follow what I'm saying? So thank y'all for your service. Unless you're called in the situation of emergency or some sort of riot or anything going on, or insurrection with the things that are going on in the world, you can't ever tell when we might have an insurrection anyway. It might break out here. So y'all are excused to come back till February the 15th. Thank you, Madam Forklift. Everybody else can be seated. Okay, let's do Charles Muse first here. Oh, okay. Commonwealth versus Charles Muse. Thank you. Is that the agreement? Yes, Judge. Mr. Muse, you previously identified yourself, and I think I read down through the thing here, but a motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this freely and voluntarily given? Are y'all picking up on the microphone, Mr. Hunley? I know you're whispering, Mr. Hunley, but you're in the microphone. Okay,
Speak up, Charles.
this is, yeah, we can't hear you over Mr. Hunley.
I'm sorry.
Okay. This is 23 CR 0069. Mr. Hunley, I understand that you wish to enter a plea. You have certain rights under the United States and Kentucky Constitution. Before I asked you about those, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with his advice?
yes,
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charge against you. You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that, sir?
yes,
Yeah. I understand that there's a potential of a diversion in this thing. Would Commonwealth announce what the proposed agreement is?
Your Honor, it would be 2 years diverted for 2 years with a supervised probation provision.
Okay. Now, is that what you agreed to, sir?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask some qualifying statements here. Have you been pretrial? Are you on a pretrial diversion now?
No,
Have you been pretrial diverted in the last 5 years?
no,
Have you had any felony convictions in the past 10 years, or are you presently on probation?
no,
Okay, you understand that if you fully complete the diversion, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you get your record expunged. However, if you do not successfully complete the diversion, you will be brought back to the court, and the court will schedule a hearing. If there is a finding that you violated that a pre-sentence investigation report will be returned, and you'll be a convicted felon, and any future felony convictions could be enhanced because of that. Do you understand that?
yes, sir.
You're pleading guilty of your own free will because you did commit the acts in the agreement as amended.
Yes, sir.
Just knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to go forward with this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to find your signature here. I'm going to hold it up there. Can you see that? Is that your signature there?
Let me see. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it's not dated, yet it is dated here after all. So I will accept the pretrial diversion agreement. Was there any restitution or anything
No, Judge, but as a point of order, there was an additional provision that Mr. Muse have no contact with the complaining victim.
You understand that, Mr. Muse?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is he to be released today?
Yeah. You'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer, even though you're not supervised. When can he meet with you?
He'll need to report to the Glasgow office today, if he can get there before 3 o'clock.
Would you like to be out today? Would you like for me to release you today?
Yes, sir.
That shows that you are sane right there and that you're about to. I'm going to release you today, but whoever picks you up needs to take you immediately over to the probation parole office before 3 o'clock today so that you can make arrangements.
Correct.
Glasgow, the office in Glasgow.
Okay.
So when you get out, you go over there and you just need to get them contact information, the location where you're living and that sort of thing. Okay?
All righty.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, now let's bring up Maria Zioli. Commonwealth versus Maria Zioli, 23 CR 0068 and 23 CR 0071. Are you Maria Zioli?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1974?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3656.
52, sir.
Pardon?
3652.
Okay, I'll make that correction on the docket. It was probably just a typo. I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would the Commonwealth announce what the plea proposal is?
To begin with, Your Honor, the prostitution charge to be dismissed.
What charge be dismissed?
The prostitution charge would be
Okay.
dismissed, Your Honor.
Okay.
The two remaining charges, burglary, second degree, and theft by unlawful taking, would be 2 years, diverted for 2 years.
Okay. Now, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes.
Okay, you're the same person and the same that had you identify a few minutes ago in these indictments as far as your birth and social security number. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You know, you don't have to enter a guilty plea. I'm gonna go over these rights, and then I'm gonna ask you if you understand them, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by a jury at your jury trial, represented by attorney at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up those rights? You
Yes, sir.
understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I could apply a range of sentence allowable law. If I don't accept the recommendation, you have a right to withdraw that agreement and proceed to trial. Now, I'm going to ask you a few qualifying questions. Have you been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Any felony convictions in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand if you complete the diversion program, the charges that will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you have your record expunged. In addition to that, another charge that they had earlier has already been dismissed, which could be expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, however, if you fail to successfully complete the pretrial diversion and you brought before the court and I enter an order saying that you have, then a pre-sentence investigation report will be ordered. You'll be a convicted felon, and any felony convictions you have in the future, sentence could be enhanced because of this felony. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty to the acts charged in the amended indictment because you indeed are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know your constitutional rights, so you desire to proceed. Now, could y'all hand me the document she signed? Let me hold it up there. You can approach her. Is that your signature on there, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the pretrial diversion, sign the orders. there's no restitution or anything in here. Okay, so would you like to get out today also?
I would be very happy to get out today, sir.
I'll send an order, but what you need to do as soon as you get out, you'll need to leave and go over to the probation and parole office over there, and they can give you the address if you don't know where it is. Be over there before 3 o'clock, and I'll get the papers over there just as soon as I can, so you can be released. And I guess your attorney will provide you copies of the conditions of your pretrial diversion, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Make sure I sign that at the right place. Maybe.
I believe she's being held.
She held on something else?
Yeah, she's got 2 cases on today.
Hey, wait just a second. Wait just a second. She got something else she been held on?
Yes, Your Honor. 23 CR 71 is the case where she's co-defendant against Mr. McClendon as regards victim Wall that was up here earlier today.
So she won't be able to get out.
Judge, we may want to call her back up just so she knows.
Yeah, let's call that last lady back up. You're held on another case. As far as this case you just pled to, you'll be held, but you got a bond on the other case. Who's representing you on the other
I am,
case?
Judge.
Well, what is your bond on that case?
10,000 cash.
Okay, well,
She had made a 10% bond before.
Well, I know, but she also stated up here on the record that she went to Tennessee to avoid service on this under Mr. McClendon's recommendation, which throws some flags up. You'll need to talk to the Commonwealth about a bond on this other one, see if you can satisfy them, okay? Okay, thanks very much. Okay, that finishes everyone, but Miss Kara Foster. Who what?
Ashley Lewis as well.
Where's Ashley Lewis?
She's here.
Wait just a second. If y'all will prepare Kara Foster, and then I've got one case here, Ashley Lewis. Skipped over her somewhere. What number is she making on the docket? Ashley.
She's on in person.
Back on in person, okay. What number is she on in person? Oh, here's she, number 22. I got you. Ashley, come on up. Commonwealth versus Ashley Lewis, 23 CR 0061. Are you Ashley Lewis? Okay. And were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1474.
Yes, sir, Your
You're on a
Honor.
pretrial conference. Y'all have a plea.
We do, Your Honor.
Just hold it there for a second. What's a felony plea or diversion?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
A motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a felony plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir,
Are
Your
you
Honor.
currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Is this a plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir,
Are
Your
you the
Honor.
same number, same person I previously identified as far as your social security number and birthday?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Yes, sir, Your
Have
Honor.
you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir, Your
Are
Honor.
you fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know you fully understand these rights.
Yes,
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to acquire the Commonwealth to prove beyond reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may play any range of sentence allowed by law. If I do not accept the recommendation, then that you'll have a right to withdraw your plea after I look at the pre-sentence investigation report. And you can withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Step to the left, please, both of you. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation and shock probation. The defendant agrees to have any and all contraband and controlled substances in the above style case to be disposed of in a manner consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. Defendant agrees to forfeit all interest in the iPhone seized during the investigation listed on KSP 41 and be disposed of in a manner consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty to these amended charges because you are indeed guilty of those charges?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, have explained to you still your desire to proceed with this guilty plea. Allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law. You understand that after entering guilty plea, any future convictions of felonies could be enhanced as the range penalty under persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that? Is that your signature on a document that your attorney has?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, was this a probated sentence?
It is not, Judge.
How much time, it wasn't a probate sentence you have to serve, okay. I order a pre-sentence investigation report, have you sentenced on February the 15th. You are in the custody of the jailer.
Judge, she's trying to finalize plans for her 6 kids, for somebody else to take care of them for the time being. Would the court be willing to let her out until February 15th?
No, I can't let her out to February 15th.
Or even 2 weeks to let her arrange.
Did she know she was going to enter a plea today?
Well, we had debated back and forth, Judge. She finally made a decision this
We'll
morning.
give her,
That was prompted by the fact that I said, we'll either enter and play today or have a trial date.
Yeah, so we had been going back and forth on this, Judge.
I'll give her, I think it would be fair to give her 3 days.
That's
You
fine.
agree with that? I'll give you 3 days to get out and make arrangements, as on a humanitarian situation, but I'm gonna tell you, if you go anywhere or do anything between now and then, you're under conditions not to drink anything, not to take any drugs, be subject to a random test or a random search at any time, and get out and actually take care of placing your children somewhere.
I think she'll be indicted for bail jumping if she doesn't turn herself in.
Yeah, you turn yourself in at the Glasgow jail before 4 o'clock. What is today? Thursday, 4 o'clock on Saturday.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You need to meet the probation parole officer right here.
Yes, ma'am, folks.
Give it. I think there's everything on here I'm supposed to sign. Did I not sign this? Okay, now let's go back to Glasgow. Okay, let's go back to Glasgow, and we have okay, you're gonna have Ken, you're gonna have to be quiet right now. No, it was Ken.
No, but I had a question for
I
you.
know, but you don't irritate me. Kara Foster. Okay, are you Kara Foster?
So,
Yeah, this is 23 CR 0082. Ms. Foster is here for sentencing. Your attorney is here, Ms. Foster. Have you had an opportunity to go over pre-sentence investigation report with Ms. Foster?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Foster, he's gone over this report with you, he says, is that right?
yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and proceed with this sentencing then. On a plea of guilty to trafficking in controlled substance, first degree Class D felony, defendant shall receive 3 years to serve. Shall receive credit for time served. Is that right, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, here you go. Thank you so much. That concludes, now I will sign this order and get it over to you, and she'll become a state prisoner today. And I hope your health improves, Ms. Foster. I hope you get to feeling better, okay? Thank you very much. Barron County, do y'all have anybody else for us over there? Is that finishes?
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Stockton, does that finish the entire docket?
No, Your Honor, we have 2 more
Two
cases.
more.
Okay, thank y'all. Are they in Barron
3 more
County Jail?
cases. No, we have Andrew Dover in Allen County.
Those are all the same. I didn't-
Yeah, Brian McNeese from Warren County and Sidney Foster from Clinton County.
Well, they're not online here.
Clinton County is.
Clinton County, oh, there's Clinton County. Okay, thank you, Barron County. Y'all may be excused. Clinton County, if you'll come on the line. Okay, Commonwealth Kentucky. Hello, this is Commonwealth Kentucky Clinton Circuit Court meeting by special agreement by Zoom. Commonwealth versus Sidney Foster, 23 CR 0043 and 23 CR 0022. Are you representing Mr. Foster, Counselor?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Pennington? Can you see Mr. Pennington there? Foster, you see him?
Hey, sis.
Okay. Okay, I understand we have a plea today. Is it a felony plea?
It is, Judge.
Okay. A motion's been tendered. Mr. Foster says that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0043 and 23 CR 0022?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Is your judgment impaired? You know what's going on? You're not confused or anything today, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Have you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today? You have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have
Yes,
the
sir.
right to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial, right to be represented by counsel, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charge against you. Understand it? By entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. If I turn down the recommendation, you have a right to review. You have the right to withdraw your plea after I look at the pre-sentence investigation. If I don't accept it, you withdraw your plea and go to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Foster will plead guilty to 2 counts of wanton endangerment first degree, get a sentence of 5 years on each charge. That's under 23 CR 43. Under 23 CR 22, he'll plead guilty to 5 years on possession of a firearm by convicted felon. They'll run, we've got a typo in there. It says concurrently, but it'll run consecutively for a total of 10 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. All drug paraphernalia will be destroyed and the rifle will be forfeited. Yeah, if I can initial that.
Is that correct, counsel?
It is, Judge.
Is that what you agreed to, the 5-on-5 run consecutive?
Yeah, I agreed to that, but I just got off the phone with Mr. Pennington. He said something about it. He didn't say anything about shock probation. I don't know.
The shock probation thing is just what the Commonwealth's saying.
But not shocked. That's what he's
I
talking
may well do it,
about.
but I ain't in the paperwork.
He just said that if you file that motion, they were going to oppose it. It doesn't mean that you can't file the motion.
Judge, actually, I doesn't have the language regarding shock. I think Mr. Stockton said Commonwealth opposes probation.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Probably oppose shock too, but it's not in the paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
You correct. The word shock was not in there anywhere, but he said they were just going to oppose probation. And they didn't say you couldn't ask for probation.
And Judge, as a point of order,
Well, let me finish. Okay. You understand that after ending this plea, any future convictions could be enhanced if you had other felony pleas in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Judge, we will have a future felony guilty plea to run concurrent with this. We will be doing that in Clinton County.
Well, that won't violate because
Correct. I just wanted to note that for the record.
because he hadn't pled guilty until today, and it would just be subsequent. This won't affect your other felony plea in Clinton County. Okay, I'll accept the agreement order PSI and order sentencing to take place on February the 15th. Now, we'll have the other plea in Clinton County when?
It'd be the 8th.
We were going to do it so I would say probably do sentencing in March.
Well, what I'm saying is they can go ahead and do the
PSI.
investigation with the knowledge that he is going to enter a guilty plea.
Right, but sentencing would be sent Clinton County, not here on the 15th.
Yeah, it'd be the 8th instead of 15th. On both
Because
cases.
it's a Clinton County case.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what is the 8th? Is that the same day he's going to enter the police? Well, I've got confused on.
Yeah.
See that I got flipped on. Well, we'll schedule the sentencing for the 8th. And maybe if they can't do that, other.
Mr. Collins said he was going to turn this in, so I'd say they'll probably have it done.
I'll talk to Carson. and see
Okay.
what-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you'll never be able to reach you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Cindy, I'll be able to talk to you.
Okay, now, do we have any other criminal matters on the docket?
think, Judge, there's Andrew Dover and McNeese.
What else do we have, Mr. Stockton?
We've got, Brian McNeese, motion for shock probation, and Andrew Dover, supposed to enter a plea, I thought. Andrew Dover's in Allen County, and McNeese is being shown that he's in Warren County, but Mr. Crosland thinks he's in Allen County also.
Come on around. Who do you represent?
I sent orders to appear with the Zoom information. I sent to Blackburn too for the other. I did orders to appearance and included the Zoom information on all of them. But I have got the notice notice. I included my email if they had any problems with the Zoom appearance.
And listen, don't mess with my staff attorney because she's been confined with 3 children, a disabled husband, 2 dogs, and a cat that comes outside to use the bathroom. So don't mess with her. I'm tiptoeing around myself. I can tell you that right. Okay, we don't seem to have, somebody call Allen County, see if we can get them on the line.
You call him.
Alan?
We got Allen and Blackburn and Warren. I tell you what we can do, since we don't have them here, I'd be willing to reschedule those to hear them in Cumberland County, Rule Day next week, so that we can have some certainty that we're finished today.
Probably have a transportation or I just have them there in person myself. This Zoom's not reliable.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, I'll just issue transportation orders and they'll all be in Burkesville.
Orders to appear included the Zoom information on the orders.
So let's send, you think, who, you say they're in Allen County now, or where are they?
Mr. McNeese has been in Allen County for the duration of my representation.
So he's not in Warren County. Okay, well, we'll have Mr. McNeese and Mr. Dover transported to Cumberland County next Thursday. Do you know how to do a transfer order? Okay, once you prepare a transfer order, you can get a copy from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, Defense Counsel, for you represent Dover and McNeese, is that
No,
right?
I represent Dover. Judge, I don't anticipate needing, we were going to enter a guilty plea today. I have signed paperwork, so.
I want them over there because I don't want to go through this,
Oh.
not having them.
I got you.
I mean, not having them, if they didn't show up today, what makes me think they'll do it tomorrow? I mean, next week. So we'll transport all 3 of them over there and have them come. Okay, is there any, Mr. Stockton, is there anything else?
I'm not aware.
Okay,
T.
okay. Thank y'all very much. What would a day be if we didn't have Fox versus Fox? It's been here since the first day I've been circuit judge. What do you have to report on?
Continue this to February the 15th.
The payment has been made or
Yes.
Gallup versus Gallup?
Continue to February the 15th.
Hagan versus Hagan.
Judge, this is an order to modify child support. Which one requested? Hannah? Hannah Hagan requested a modification. We did it and it shall increase from $650 per month to $1,016.72 per month. That's based upon their income and it is in conformity with the Kentucky Child Support Guidelines. We attached the worksheet that shows how we got that. And all that's attached to what you sent her electronically.
Correct.
Yeah. And everything,
Okay.
the worksheet's attached to the order in the e-file. So
Histon versus Histon.
continue to February the 15th, please.
They ought to have judges on AI and if they're gonna e-file. How are you today?
We were one of the last offices to start e-filing, right, Ms. Clerk? Maybe the last one. And I only did it because I had waited till the last day to file a complaint in Metcalfe County. And it extended it to midnight by e-filing, so I got it.
Hudson versus Hudson.
February the 15th.
Jimenez versus Jimenez.
The 15th of February, please.
Keith versus Keith.
February the 15th.
Brown versus Scott.
February the 15th.
And Thurman versus Thurman.
February. Watched the district judge trying to do her electronic sign.
Broadcast.
Oh.
Okay, thank you so much. And we'll go off the record here. Can you come around and get me off the record?
No, she just, her e-filing, it wouldn't send the older stuff of e-file.
Yeah.
It's a frustrating, it's.
Civil docket. Mid-South Partners versus Travis Norris.
Your Honor, Judd Patterson from Mid-South.
Are you Mr. Norris? Okay. What do you have, Mr. Norris? Come on up here.
On my property.
Oh, I remember what it was. It was like the $70 tax.
Yeah, they want like 4,000 and it's been going on since 2010.
Yeah. What do you got for me, counselor?
Your Honor, I looked back through the file and looked through this. This is one of those cases in which when he bought the property, there was some confusion as to who was to pay the tax bill of that year, which is my least favorite situation in these tax bill cases. So the 2010 bill was not paid. I think probably to Mr. Norris's credit, I think he thought that the seller was to pay that. It just didn't get paid. My client ends up with it. The first letter that I see went out to Mr. Norris was in 2016. And that at that time it was a payoff of $390 something.
Or something.
So he wasn't willing to pay it at that time. We've had different conversations over the years trying to get it paid. He's always maintained, according to our records, that it was the seller's responsibility to pay that bill, and he wasn't. The last conversation we had, Your Honor, I was willing to waive all of my attorney's fees in the case in order to get him to. And I think the expenses in the case at this point with filing fees and title and everything, I think the total would have been about $1,400, and that was with me waiving all of my attorney's fees. And he said no. So we didn't know what else to do.
It's my turn.
What do you have, sir?
Nick Carter called him in 2016 because I went down there and he asked me how much they was wanting. It's $490 something or something. I said, except for attorney fees and all this stuff. I said, I don't think sure how much it is. So he said, let me call them, just find out, and see if we can work it out. So he called and they wanted $3,000 and something, and he said, what could we work it out today for? And they wanted like 12, or we offered $1,000 or $1,200, he did, and they said that was way off from what they was needing, so they would never settle for that, so. I don't know, Nick Garden's employees.
Would you pay $1,200 to get
Yeah.
over? Will you take $1,200?
Trying
Your
to do
Honor,
that.
yes, at this point, it's a loss for my client, it's a loss for me, but and it's not something I can withstand on a regular basis, Your Honor, but to get this one done.
I understand, but this is the most extraordinary one. And you recognize that I've seen around for $70. So when can you have a check up here for?
I've got it right now.
Okay, he'll leave a check with the clerk's office for $1,200 right
Thank you, Your
now.
Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, downstairs, the clerk's office, okay?
Leave the check.
Leave a check and then they'll hold it till they get to dismissal thing and I'll sign it, okay? Okay, yeah. Carroll versus Simpson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello.
My name is Michelle Fisher and I represent Marissa Simpson. I don't believe that Mr. Carroll is represented at this time, and this was my motion. I put on a motion to modify. We were here back in November on this case, and I thought the parties had a starting point for an agreement, and as part of that, Mr. Carroll was to submit to a drug screen. He did not do that, did not seem to want to do that, and so the whole agreement essentially fell apart. And unfortunately, since that time we were here, there was a fresh incident at the end of November where Mr. Carroll once again appeared to be very much not well and suicidal. So my client has renewed her motion. We ask again that his visitation be supervised by his grandmother, this time in a public place, as my client was under the impression that his grandmother is no longer comfortable with doing so at her home, because there have been several incidents between her and Mr. Carroll, unfortunately.
Mr. Carroll, you still don't have an attorney.
No, sir.
Why is that?
Right now, I just don't have the financial.
Well, they have it, yeah.
And, there's been some, with her being a domestic violence, victim, there's some conflict in me getting a community-based.
Do you work?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
Taco Bell up here.
Yeah, and what sort of monthly, do you have any other children?
We have 2 children together.
Do you have any other children besides Byron? And with whom do you live now?
With my grandmother.
And you've had some problems with your grandmother?
This is the first time hearing about this. My grandma was never come to this with me. She's
Yeah,
never said.
Counselor, you say that the grandmother doesn't want to continue the supervised visitation?
At her home, Your Honor, that was my client's impression. She may be mistaken. Of course, I don't see Mr. Carroll's grandmother present.
Young lady, where are you getting it that the grandmother doesn't want to supervise visitation at her home?
She had made that indication, I
Wait
believe.
a second, I'm asking your client this, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've had phone calls.
Get behind the microphone.
I've had phone call conversations with his grandmother Anna, and the last incident at her home, she called me and she was crying about how the police officers, whenever this situation back in November occurred, had to barricade. They had to break down the door that was barricaded to get into the home, and I just feel like from that she didn't feel comfortable with doing the supervised visits there.
Okay, so she didn't tell you she didn't, that she was just telling you about the problems she'd had with him.
Right, and she had also mentioned that she'd be okay with doing visits at the park, the library, McDonald's. She never said fully that she wasn't entirely comfortable. She had just mentioned doing it in public.
Well, I think we need to contact her and see what the deal is. You step back over here. What's the deal about the police and the barricade here?
So I had a family incident where one of my family members, a family member that both of us agree we didn't want to see the kids based on she's in trial for a murder case. And she happened to threaten me because she wanted some money because of a lawsuit. and what I had been rewarded. She felt that she wanted some money and she threatened me. And it just mentally, it put me in a bad place because it's my mom, person who raised me. And here she was attempting to harm me because she wanted money.
Who was the other person was? Your mother wasn't trying to harm you, was she?
Do what?
Who was trying to harm you? The other who's the other person have a
person-
name? Is the other,
Yes, sir.
what is the other person's name?
Phoebe Copus, who we both agreed we didn't want.
Okay, so Phoebe Copus was threatening you for some money, and how did your mother get involved in it?
That's who I call my mom. She's raised me my whole life.
Oh, so Phoebe Copus is your mom?
Yeah.
Is that who's doing the supervision, or is this your grandmother's doing the supervision? Phoebe Copus's mother is your grandmother, and that's who's raised you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she attempted to harm me.
Who did? Who's she?
Phoebe Copus.
Okay, and so where did the barricades come in?
Just the next day, I just got into a bad headspace and I attempted to harm myself, so I barricaded the door.
Yeah.
But then the cops came in and they stopped me from doing it. I'm on medication now. It's been helping. been seeing a
How do the
psychiatrist.
children feel about visitation with it?
They're just 1 and 2 right now. They don't really.
Yeah, they
No.
don't know. You really need to get a lawyer. I don't know. You got to find a lawyer. Where do people have visitations that have these sort of problems? They'd let them do it at the library. If the grandmother came to the library, would the library let them visit there, or?
I'm sure they would, Your Honor, or the police department down there does a drop off. They've got a drop off spot, but as far as them come in and do visitation, and let, maybe social services.
Have you reported this to social services?
Yes.
What did they say?
They're keeping the case open and keeping an eye on everything. There's already an open case. From 2022.
They
So
should
it's
do it
ongoing.
there then.
You what?
They should do it there then.
Why don't you check and see if they'll do the visitation at social services until you show for a period of time that you're stabilized and that sort of thing, okay? So I guess will you draft an order to send us that we're gonna have that she should contact social services about supervising until a period of time? So let's put it out about 3 months, see if you're all right. And let's go back like April 18th, we'll come back to court here and review it. I want to, and counselor, if there's something that social services will not allow visitation, then I guess this gentleman will agree to allow you to contact me ex parte to see if we can find someplace else for him to do. But you agree with that, sir? Let your lawyer talk to me about this case off the record. Okay, well, thank you very much. I hope you continue to improve and stay on your medications and things like that. And if anything, you have anything that's going to trigger you, you need to go somewhere quick to a doctor or somewhere. Now, let's talk about your drug test a little bit. I'm not going to test you today, okay? But when you come back here on April 18th, you be prepared to take one. You understand what I'm saying? That ought to give you a chance, if you got anything in your system, you start getting it cleaned out. Because that doesn't help this, if you, I'm not going to ask you if you're self-medicating, but if you are, it's not going to improve anything, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, do
Thank
you have
you.
anything else? Yeah. Okay, you
I
can
do
go
not.
out- You can go out first, okay? Okay, and then you can wait for me and you can go out, okay? Stilts versus stilts.
Your Honor, this is also my motion. I believe I see my client approaching, but I do not see Mr. Stilts present.
Yeah, what do you got here?
Your Honor, I had filed a motion. Well, I had filed a couple of motions. One was for a final hearing date. These folks had a hearing back in January. We tendered recommendations. Mr. Carter at that time was representing Mr. Stilts, and he filed a response for exceptions. I responded to that. And then the parties tried to reconcile, and it did not work in a nutshell. So we have done a motion now for a final hearing, and we've also asked for an appraisal of the marital home. which Mr. Stilts is occupying. The parties have not been
Is
able
this
to
Mr.
agree to that.
Stilt? Wait, Mr. Stilt's coming in. Come on around.
Yeah, I was sitting out there, I was waiting for the family court.
It's all right. There ain't no family court here. I'm it.
Okay, I'm just kidding. I was sitting out there and I'm.
That's all right. You're all right. Okay. Now, tell him in simple language what you want him to do, and we'll see what he's willing to do, okay?
Your Honor, in the first motion I filed, we want a new final hearing date and an appraisal for the marital home.
Okay.
So that's in one motion. The other motion is to amend the parties' current custody and timeshare arrangement, which is presently joint custody and week-to-week timeshare.
Let's hold on. What property issues are left to be undecided?
Essentially, Your Honor, my client would like the marital home to be sold with the mortgage paid off and then the proceeds split so that each party can have a fresh start. Mr. Stilts was not in agreement with that.
Is the deed in both their names or just in Mr. Stilt's name? Okay.
Your Honor, I believe it's both.
Wait, okay. Mr. Stilts, how much is the mortgage right now on the property? How much is left unpaid?
I know when we started this, it was like 69,000. Over the past 2 years, I paid right at 20 by myself, so probably.
Yeah, well, probably,
80-ish.
yeah, maybe even more than that, because the first few years is all interest, you know, yeah. And what do you think the property's worth?
I have no idea, sir.
Yeah. Well, are you wanting to keep the property? Yeah. Have you made her an offer of cash money to get her out of it?
No, sir. I wouldn't where I could do that.
Well, you probably won't be, will you, really?
I don't know.
I would suggest that you get a lawyer, but since you've gone this long without one, it would appear to me that the best way to settle the thing would be to sell the property and you be there to defend what you want. You understand what I'm saying? So if the property gets sold and you find out what the payoff on the mortgage is, then at least you be there to defend yourself to make sure that it brought enough to pay the mortgage off. And then after that, anything that you bid on it be 50 cents on the dollar. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Counselor, does that sound like a reasonable proposal?
Your Honor, I don't have a problem with that necessarily, but of course I can't ask my client, except to ask her through this platform if she's agreeable to that.
I'm not understanding. You need to back away from your microphone or something. You're getting muffled. Tell me, what's your proposal on how to sell the property?
Your Honor, the bank that has the mortgage on the property has a preferred appraiser. We would ask that they do an appraisal and then the house be listed through a realtor rather than a sale by master commissioner.
I wasn't suggesting a master commissioner.
I understand, Your Honor.
I was gonna say, the next thing, if they agreed to that, I was gonna ask them if they had a preferred realtor that they wanted to use. What you're saying, you prefer to list it. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to get a sense of what the property's worth.
What real estate agency are you talking about?
We didn't have a particular one in mind, Your Honor. Admittedly, I'm not as familiar with the realtors in Monroe County.
What's your
If we sell, I mean, I 100% agree to sell it.
Okay,
I
but
asked her 6 months ago to sign the papers.
okay, but here we're gonna have to get what they're asking for is let a real estate agent
Taylor Realty is who I bought it from. They was a really good realtor.
from Burkesville.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and well, I have no problem. You have any problem with Taylor Realty? Okay, well, Counselor, with the permission of this gentleman, if you'll contact Taylor Realty in Burkesville, and I don't have their number, and then make an arrangement where he can be on the phone and she can be on the phone, and all of you talk about what the terms of sale are and who's going to do an appraisal and set a date to the sale. It's so cold now, a person needs to wait and make sure you have it the right time of year and interest rates and stuff, and see if y'all can negotiate a sale of the property and what the payoff is. What bank owns the mortgage?
Citizen Bank, Cumberland County.
Yeah,
That's through,
I know that.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure Citizens Bank Cumberland County is used to dealing with Miss Taylor. So if you can find the payoff on the mortgage and then tell Miss Taylor what it is, have an appraisal done, sign an agreement, maybe put a buyer's premium on there, so neither one of these will be stuck with having to pay a percentage of it off there, and put a buyer's premium of some sort on there and let them list it. Okay, now let's go. Let's move on to all the other personal properties already been divided. Is that right?
I believe essentially so, Your Honor. I think the parties
Do
did.
you have anything else that's still at the house that you can,
I still have a few things.
let's list what they are now.
We've provided a list to him, such as my jewelry, some things from premarital that I had there, and then an 05 Dodge Ram.
Where's the Dodge Ram at?
But the Dodge Ram sitting in my yard, I actually just paid $2,000 to fix it because it did not run.
Yeah,
Because over the past 6 months, I've been told numerous times that we was fine.
yeah.
So I went ahead and fixed it because she asked me to fix it because we needed a second vehicle.
Is there any chance of y'all reconciling it?
I
Okay.
have tried to talk to him.
Well, okay, well, there's no reason for us to knock that scab off. You just gotta accept, you gotta move on. What about the $2,000 that he spent to fix the car up?
I mean, I went out and bought a whole nother truck because he has 4
Well,
or 5 other vehicles.
okay, you wanna sell the car then?
Yes,
I
I
mean,
would like to.
Wait,
well, he has 4 or 5 other vehicles besides the 05.
well, you got, okay. So you want the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Because that was.
okay, I'm not asking you to explain things. We're just trying to do a deal here.
That's fine.
Okay, now what else do you have besides that car there?
I have, a rocking chair that was mine when I was little, some jewelry, some smaller items. I can get a list to my lawyer and pass it to him.
Well, I want to get a list today.
Okay. I
You
mean,
know,
there's
why
a
don't you-
whole jewelry box.
Okay, you don't have any problem with her getting her jewelry box, do you?
Well, not necessarily, except for when she walked out of my house. She promised that to my daughter and told her she could leave it there.
What do you say about that?
I mean, if he's willing to give it to my daughter, that's fine.
Your daughter's already got it. It's in her room.
Okay. So that takes care of that.
But when I left my home with nothing.
I understand. Let's go on to something else. Is there any one piece of jewelry that you want that means something to you or anything like?
There's, some earrings in there that was from my uncle's funeral that was made out of memorial flowers. I want those.
You don't care to give her
No,
that?
sir.
Okay. Okay, let's don't.
Okay, I was just,
Okay.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, now what else is there? You got a rocking chair. There's no problem with that. Okay, what else is there?
A cradle that needs to go to my daughter that's there.
Cradle?
It can go to his house or my house, but I'd like it to stay in her possession.
Okay, there's no problem. You make sure the little girl
She's
gets it.
got it sitting in her room right now.
Okay, and what else is there?
I mean, there's probably several items without going through I've not been in a house in a year.
She was in my house 3 weeks ago.
Well, 3 weeks ago to drop the kids off, but not to sit
No.
there and look through each.
Well, I mean,
individual.
here's the thing about it is, you probably never played poker. But if you have, it's called what, string betting. You know, like you bet a little bit and try to get the reaction and then bet a little bit more. You need to do a list that this guy, Counselor, have you already sent a list over there?
We had done a list. We did a temporary agreement when the parties tried to reconcile last time, myself and Mr. Carter, and I thought my client already received some property back. I thought the rocking chair and the cradle was amongst that.
No, I'm just asking if you've sent a list. I don't think, it doesn't seem to be anything of value that's over there. Would you agree with
I
that?
mean, the main value is that rocking chair. That was from. when I
Okay,
was
well,
12.
you've already decided about the rocking chair. Okay, let's move to the car. Okay. Okay, let's move to the car. So if you get the car, you willing to waive any kind of claim you have on everything else in the house and everything, right? If you get the car. Does that sound like a deal to you?
Well, can I ask something?
You should, yes, me.
She's telling you that I've got 4 or 5 other cars. I've got an 09 Ford F-150, which is my daily driver.
Yeah.
I've got a 77 and a 79 Ford F-150. I had those before we was married. She has no claim to those.
I'm not saying she does.
I know, but she keeps bringing up, I've got multiple vehicles. She's got her daily driver. I've got my daily driver. I just spent $2,000 getting this truck back on the road.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, I don't want to just hand it away because that's,
I understand. I understand.
so with her having her daily, me having my daily, both of them run. I actually just fixed.
What's the car worth at Dodge?
Go ahead. I have something after.
Well, what are you gonna wait?
My daughter said 94 Ford that he had, he signed it over to his mother to sign over
Well,
to.
I don't wanna get, y'all wanna, wait, no, we're not gonna go down, wait, no.
What I
I'm
want,
talking about this Dodge right
what
now.
I want to do with the Dodge is fix it up for my son. That's what I want to do with this Dodge. He has asked for it, so
How old's the son?
My son is 8 years
he's
old.
8 years old, but I want to fix it up for him.
Well, he ain't gonna 10 years from now, 8 years from now, no. You know, what's the value of that
The
car?
way it sits, it's, I mean, got 234,000 miles on it. It's a 05,
What's it worth?
probably about $2,500.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So if we can make a deal, I'll make, if she's wanting to give it to my son,
Yeah,
I'll make a deal. We can sell it and we can put it in the savings account for him. And they can be his to go toward his car when he's 16 years old.
that sounds like a good deal, doesn't it?
I'm willing to do that.
Okay, let's do that. Where are you gonna sell it at? Who's gonna sell it
I
for?
can list it with anybody it is, or
Yeah, well, find a,
Facebook, or,
yeah,
cause I mean, not many people will touch a 05 with 234,000
yeah,
miles.
well, why don't you make it, do y'all have any car dealers that both of you know, or that would put it on the lot for you somewhere?
I know one, but I don't really.
Okay, don't say who it is. Okay. Well, why don't you see if Miss Taylor will take it as part of the deal? If she's gonna work on the house, maybe she does personal property stuff, maybe she could list the car for you. Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
sure,
I've actually got a boy, I've had it listed on Facebook,
yeah.
because
Okay, well, tell me, I don't want because, tell me what he offered you for it.
$2,500. That was me recouping my 2,000 and then
Well, no, you ain't gonna recoup anything on it. If you get to 2,500, you put it in
savings account. I agree with
savings
that.
account. So he spent at least $2,000 on it. You want to sell it to that guy for 2,500 and buy a CD or probably be better buy a bond for your, maybe a 10-year bond or something like that for your son. How's that sound? Okay, counselor, did you pick that up?
I did, I believe, Your Honor, yes.
And what else do we hit? Now let's go to the visitation thing now.
Can I ask one more question? before we get started?
Absolutely, I wouldn't, yeah.
So when we agreed to reconcile, her lawyer actually contacted me personally and told me that everything that we agreed upon was no longer agreed upon because we agreed to reconcile.
Yeah.
But if it's still agreed upon, she had one of my pistols in her possession that I was awarded during the first hearing.
Yeah.
That she has sold. I still got the serial number and everything, so I'd like it back.
And Your Honor, in the court before that, he said in front of the judge that he had sold all of his guns.
Well, did you sell a gun?
I did sell the gun to pay for my daughter's birthday.
Well, I'm not asking where did you get the gun?
I had the gun when I left.
Yeah.
I bought the gun. I've got the serial number, model number in my.
Well, where, you don't have that gun. She had that
She
gun.
sold it.
She had it or she couldn't have sold it.
Yeah, I asked her to bring it back to me,
Yeah.
and I even told her I would pay her
Who'd you
back.
sell it to?
I sold it to a friend to pay for my daughter's birthday.
How much?
It was $150.
I'd suggest you go get it back.
And was sold to Robin Hayden.
I'd suggest you go take $150 and get that gun back. Okay? Cause he's giving in on the car thing. You gotta give in on something, okay?
So, Your Honor, if he's doing the truck, selling it, that bond, the money's going towards the bond, correct?
All of it.
Yeah, the money goes to Carson.
Yeah, you do probably a treasury note or something. I'd put something with long term on it so it'll keep on drawing interest and put it in his name, okay? Okay, now let's talk about the visitation thing, ma'am. Counselor, what do you got?
Your Honor, things have been very contentious between these parties. I'm sure the court has picked up on that from their interactions.
I've seen worse.
That's fair. They've had week-to-week timeshare with joint custody, which should be fairly straightforward. Unfortunately, we've had several issues with Mr. Stilts trying to encourage the children to tell my client that they want to live with him, really involving the children in this case inappropriately. They've both taken parenting classes, so they should both know better.
Is there any other issue besides that? Like,
yes, he had tried to have her arrested. It sounded like, I have a recording where it sounds like he's trying to get a gentleman to file a false police report on her so that he can get the children to get an edge in this case, which is disturbing. You can hear the kids in the background when he's making this phone call to try to get my client arrested. Then there's been a couple of issues with just communication when the kids, are sick. And then I think he's also trying to tell the kids.
okay, let me sit down a new law in this thing here, okay? she's not gonna be with you anymore. If she says she is, ignore it. You don't want to be with him anymore. Don't you say anything that will lead him on to make you think, okay? Obviously, he still has feelings for you. And there ain't nothing you can do about you not having feelings for him. It's hurtful. That's just the way it is. Now, that's between two adults. Y'all keep these children out of this. Now, I don't want to you say you did or you didn't. Everything's in the past now, okay? Everything's in the past. I'm not going to change anything as far as the visitation, okay? But I want y'all to both be very careful not to say anything, and you too. Don't you say anything about their daddy. It goes both ways, and you be careful, because what you got to consider is what it might do to these children in the future. And if they say anything is, your mom and I both love you, we just can't get along with each other. That's all. And when it goes beyond that, now what do you want to say?
Okay. The instances, I've got the paper, I got everything.
I don't want to talk about the instances. I'm not going to do anything to you about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm putting that in the past.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm sure you probably said things that you regret, and I know you have. People do say things they regret when they're hurting. So you both seem like pretty reasonable people. So let's just start new today and just say we're going to be separate and apart. We got all of our property thing done. We're going to try to raise these kids the best we can and not do anything else. If you can do that, that's fine. If you can't do that, the next time that I get y'all up here, we're going to take some evidence, and neither one of you might not like it. Okay, now counselor, you got that down?
I did, Your Honor. Yes,
It's
thank
kind of
you.
a status quo order, which means that neither one of you do anything to keep, to encourage and be positive with these kids. A little boy and a little girl, or two little girls? How old's the little girl?
She's 11.
Well, she's not missing much. 11-year-old girl don't miss much. And with the world we live in, God knows that every little girl and little boys, how old? 8. Well, he ain't missing much either. They both need a solid background because they're going into an odd world. And you don't want either one of them seeking out for love from people because they feel like their parents have abandoned them. And no reason to blame each other. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. Okay, counselor, you send me a copy. Do you have this gentleman's mailing address?
I believe I do, Your Honor. I believe he's still at the Summer Shade address, is my understanding. The 11100, I believe Summer Shade.
Okay, well, you give him a copy of that. You give him a copy of that and give him a phone number where he can call you back. And once you read over that, if there's something that you don't think is the way we talked about it here, you call her and talk to her about it. And if y'all can't agree on it, she'll get me back on the phone. No, to the lawyer. The lawyer's gonna send it to you. You read it and make sure it conforms to what you've agreed to here today. If it doesn't, you call her back and try to work it out. And if you can't work it out, both of y'all can get me on the phone, the lawyer and both of you on the phone, and I'll decide what the final writing is, okay?
So the only thing I'm worried about that I even worried about today.
Yeah.
You say that the visitation of my kids are gonna stay the same.
It's gonna stay the same.
That's all I worry about.
Okay, well, it's gonna stay the same, and you're gonna make sure that even though you feel like saying something, and even though you're hurt, you're not gonna say anything around those children or to her. And I really don't think that y'all need to be talking to each other. They've got these programs where people can communicate online about what's the name of that?
There's a couple different ones, Your Honor. Here in Pulaski County, I think they use a Family Wizard app or a parenting app. There's a couple different ones that people have used.
At Close is the one that we've used.
App Close?
I've heard of that one as well, Your Honor.
AppClose?
Yes.
You can get on the internet, can't you?
Yeah.
Look at App Close, and what it'll do is it'll give you instruction to how to set it up, and that way you can communicate with each other about anything you want to about the children, about illnesses, about school dates or anything, and it keeps a record. So there won't be any of this he said, she said, and I have to say who said what said. And you don't really you got nothing else to talk to this woman about, and you've got nothing else to talk to him about. Don't be out slurring each other. When you slurring each other, you slurring the parent of your child. And that doesn't make anybody look good to slur the parent of their own child. You can keep your opinion to yourself, you know. Okay, you put that app close in the agreement there, and we won't worry, you won't have to worry about what somebody said or they said. You keep it all right down there, okay?
Question.
Okay.
If we can we put that money from the truck for both children, split it between both of them instead of just one?
My daughter's already got a truck.
Well, we already agreed to put it in a little boy. You were the one that mentioned your little boy, so let's don't go back on that, you know.
Well, I don't wanna make it unfair for one child.
She ain't gonna know about it. You know, they ain't gonna know about it. We just put it in there, and you both agreed to put it in there, and, you know.
Now, if we put it, you say a CD or something, bond, I want it made where nobody else can touch it but him.
Well, that's the way it is. It'd be in his name. Be in his name. Okay? And you go to the bank over there, Citizens Bank, if that's your bank, they can tell you how you can do that. And either one of you have a grandparent or a parent that you both trust?
No.
Okay, well, okay. Well, just put it in the child's name to payable when it's 18 years old or something. If they can't do that, we'll figure out some way to do it. Okay, you always make it out to the judge. I can always use the money. Just kidding. Okay. Okay, well, thank y'all very much, and you be expecting to get that in the mail, and you can go out first, okay? And then when she clears the building, you can go out. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused and thank the court as well for allowing me to appear virtually with the weather this
Okay, no problem. You can sit down back there if you want to, make yourself comfortable, okay? Till she gets out of the building. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, what's the next case on the docket?
Capital One.
Yeah. Capital One versus Young.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is William Rich. I'm here on behalf of the plaintiff, Capital One. It's a credit card collection case. The defendant filed an answer pro se to the complaint. I don't know if she's present in the courtroom. Her defense was that this is a debt that, although she's the responsible party on this credit card, apparently it was assigned to her former spouse in a dissolution of marriage action in Bowling Green. Apparently she's attached a copy of her decree and her settlement agreement. Obviously the plaintiff's position is we don't have any dog in that fight. She's the responsible party. I mean, she may be able to seek indemnity from her former spouse, but we're entitled to a judgment against the holder of the credit card, which is Alyssa Young.
Does she claim that the payment, I see the affidavit.
Should be an affidavit, should be
I got
copies
it.
of.
I've got it here.
Yeah.
I see the affidavit. I see your affidavit, but I don't see the pro se answer here.
It was filed, according to CourtNet, it was filed 6/13/2023.
Okay, let me have somebody try to.
It may be buried, and I realize I know there's a lot of paper in that file, Judge. I apologize. We
Just
produced all the copies.
give us a second here. We're looking.
Sure.
This is. Oh, that's the whole court order in here. So then this not. You should just attach the court. And all of the statements.
And the card was in her name only? Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I want you to draft an unusual judgment.
Sure, we'll do that.
For me and do it, you know, you granted judgment against her and just put an explanatory paragraph in there that nothing in this judgment shall preclude the defendant from enforcing the previous order in her divorce, in her dissolution case, or seeking indemnification from so-and-so.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
We'll send you that judgment right away, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Now, is there any other case on the docket? Does that do it? Okay, well, we shall declare adjourned. Okay. We off the air here?